right. That's right. Long have we waited. Characters overrated. Sketches outdated. A vintage era of ancient format EBA streams, after months, maybe even years, is finally, after all this time, activated. That's right. That's right. Today we are returning. We're returning to an old format. One that is responsible for the construction of Eldara. One that we can always count on, that we can always rely on as being the most productive streams that my channel has ever had. That's right, it's time. We're returning to Batmaking, guys. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of pogs, bro. Bylong, that's 24 months at tier 2. Alright, glad we're doing world building today. Alright, 2-year anniversary of Bylong subs. Today's a good world day for world building then. You know, Master World Builder Bylong has graced me with his presence. And today I shall attempt to do it justice, I guess. I don't know. We're gonna try and make you proud today, Bylong. Thank you for the 24-month sub. Thank you for the 2 years. That's a long ass time, bro. Thank you. What's going on, Venus? Good to see you. Lindy, DC, Jesus, oh shit. Jake, what's going on, Bluff? Good to see you. Gabby, what's up? Bizzo, Zibzy, what's going on, Thorkin? Good to see you, buddy. How's homework going, Thorkin? Sienna, oh shit, even Sienna's here, man. Yo, what's up, guys? Good to see y'all. How was D&D last night? I know some people played D&D last night. I did not, in fact, play D&D last night. Why? Because I was too busy fucking working. I was gonna see if some friends wanted to do a little short, kind of like chill, you know, little one shot in a new area that I had in the world. I was like, oh man, I kind of want to play a little game, you know, in this new area that I'm making a map for. But I chickened out, I bitched out. I didn't actually ask anybody if they wanted to play. So I feel like we need to play some like speed run efficiency D&D today on stream, so we can figure out exactly what goes where in our brand new area, because this is actually an important project. You know, I always joke about how every single project is the most important thing we've done so far. It's a meme. At some point it's a meme, but today legitimately I think is the most important map in all of Teleria. And this is, well, okay, depends on how you feel about it. This is either the most important or the second most important map. It is not going to be the first map that people are exposed to, but it is the central area. So I've been practicing. I've been waiting to do this. I did Stonemark first. I knew it was insignificant. That's why I did Stonemark. No one cares about Stonemark. All right? Who's in Stonemark? The Asterians? Amelia Hearthwood? Get out of here. Relic Coast? Why did I do the Relic Coast next? Because Smork Clap. That's why. The Shattered Sea? That was important. I don't think it'd be so important, but it's important. Ashisari and Northmark. No one cares about Ashisari and Northmark. Ooh, this is where the elves and the dwarves are from. Yeah, it said nobody ever. All right? Anytime you have anywhere in your world that elves are from, literally no one gives a shit. That's world building rule number 1. But hey, this new area is going to be kind of the central main city hub, main location that I think players will eventually try and get to. So we got to think about some things today. We got to like really go deep into the tank. What's going on, Ashy? I didn't get to tell you, as a player, I threatened to TPK my D&D party. As a player, you threatened to TPK your D&D party. Did you perhaps go to deliver one of your D&D party members as a bounty to an overweight crime lord that offers you a fair sum for your D&D party member's bounty, to which you ask for double? And when the crime lord says, "Why should I pay you so much?" the crime lord's attendant says, "Because she's holding a thermal detonator." And the crime lord laughs and says that you're his kind of scum and agrees to pay you your rate. Because that's the only opportunity I could consider as a player that you'd have the opportunity to threaten your party as, you know, with a TPK. But look, it's your creativity. You tell me, okay? You tell me.
You're overthinking using disintegrate from the back of the room.
Maybe I just want to watch Star Wars. That's fair. Listen, Aduria, I will call a fair comment, a fair criticism when I see it, and that's a fair criticism. Thank you for 100 bets. I appreciate it. What's going on, Aduria? How you doing, buddy? We were playing Gundam, and okay, yeah, all right, never mind. Now it all makes sense. And I was the one with the "Don't Die to Radiation" button, and the party tried to hold a vote that I disagreed with, so I turned off the radiation protection until they decided I was right. So you didn't threaten to TBK the party, you held the party hostage with a TBK. That's one step further than a threat. And you know what? You know what? That's why I respect Ashy. All right, many people are confused. They say, Evan, why is Ashy a legendary figure in this stream, in this community? Why does Ashy carry a sense of legend and mystique? Why do you have this like overwhelming simp energy for your Oshi Ashy? And you know what? Some of you might remember back in the Allegan Girl days that Ashy was the first person to ever Asmongold me. All right, the first person to ever. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, the first person to ever give me a substantial amount of gil in an MMO, and I will always treasure Ashy for that. But it is Ashy's relentless willingness to go the extra step that makes you go, damn, Jesus, relax in D&D that has solidified her as an icon. So in fairness, the big bad would have just killed me and then they'd have died radiation anyway. So listen, justifications are important, but at the end of the day, you got your way. So never forget that. Yeah, tyranny, I don't know, man. The party owes hundreds of gold to a polymorph potion. Wait, and a polymorph potion to a bookstore owner that also illegally sells magic items in his shop. Sounds like an opportunity to kill the magic store bookstore owner. Bookstore owner. Jesus. Yeah, sounds like a good assassination mission if you ask me. All right. So today, I want to take a little bit of a break. I've been doing characters. I've been doing, I've been painting a lot of characters recently, man. I'm trying to get through a lot of things. I've been drawing. I've been redrawing. I've been illustrating. And today I thought, you know what? What do I want to do? What do I want to do today when I woke up? I said, I don't have any plans for stream today. I don't have anything that I have to do. I have a whole world, a myriad of things that I can do. A entire catalog of Eldara that needs to be built. And I thought, what is the thing that I want to spend my time on the most? If I wasn't streaming today, and I could just do whatever I want, and I didn't have Diablo 3 installed, what do I want to do? And I decided that I really want to make a map. I want to make a map and return to map making streams for a long time. I know they're a little bit of a different vibe. I know they're more, world building and less about art. And I'm okay with that. I think that we need to build this area of the world out and finally commit to the central location of every important event in Teleria. This is our main city hub. If we were, developing a galaxy, this would be our Coruscant. If we were developing an Azeroth, this would be our Stormwind. Why Stormwind and why not Orgrimmar? Because Horde are filthy scum, and if I wanted to live in a mud hut, I would go. I'd go outside. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean, bro? Imagine being fucking Horde scum. So listen. Yeah. So this would be our Stormwind. This would be if I was an ERPer in Final Fantasy 14, this would be my Limsa Lominsa. All right. If you don't know what the word Limsa Lominsa is, don't worry. It is a real word. You're just going to have to take my word for it, I guess. So this is an important area. This is an important location in the center of Eldara, the center of Teleria within Eldara, that we need to figure out what the main city vibes are. So beyond that, I want to make actually 2 maps today, if we can. I want to work on the main map that we're working on today, which is the area we have no name for yet. We currently, the code name for this new area is called Central Important New Area Corpo MTX Farm. All right. Where does that name come from? You might be wondering. Don't worry about it. That's all I'm going to say. So we have to have a name for this area. It's going to have a couple of different locations of importance that we have pre-planned, and a couple of places we have no idea what to do with yet. But I also want to make a map for the central city as well. Because I think that one thing I've never been able to crack is our city maps. They're really difficult.
That's what you meant by cartography.
Yes.
Here I was ready to see people dancing.
choreography. Yeah, I'm going to be doing about as much cartography as I am doing choreography today. Because let's face it, anyone who makes a D&D map and says they're doing cartography is a fucking idiot and weirdo. I'm kidding. Relax. I don't like that word because it implies a certain proficiency in actual cartography skills. When we all know that D&D maps are just about vibes. So, yeah. So today we're gonna attempt as much choreography as we are cartography. We're gonna basically draw a vibe and a mood map because God help me if I try and do something technical like actual cartography. Imagine actually doing cartography for your D&D game. Imagine actually spending time doing proper cartography for your D&D game. Holy shit. Do you know how much time that would take? Do you know how much time that would be an entire day's worth of just planning the first 5 feet outside of a village, man. Waits patiently since Evan is busy. Wait, with what? That building and a fresh lunch. And today's a good day. What are you having for lunch today, Mel? Did I tell you our party's name is? No, I didn't tell you your party. I just joined to be told not to worry about it. I guess then I'll chill it. Yeah, Donis, don't worry about it. Whatever, Donis, not just goes for everything else. Whatever you were waiting for, whatever you were anticipating in life, just don't worry about it. You know? It's like studying science and calling yourself a scientist, or studying history and calling yourself a historian, or studying philosophy and calling yourself a barista. Yeah. Oh boy, that's close to him. It's like studying astrophysics and calling yourself a philosopher. Yeah, no, true. Like here's the thing. My take on cartography is, and this is my take on cartography in D&D. None of us know how cartography actually works. And the more you try and pretend that you understand how it works, the more foolish you look. Unless you are somebody who's put in the time and effort and energy to learn all the proper techniques and tools of cartography, in which case, bravo. Also, go touch some grass. But I find it a little funny when, you know, people start criticizing maps and they're just like, oh man, the cartography is off on this. The actual, you know, distance between this place and this place represents X kilometers with whatever, you know, mile configuration map making legend we have, and thus you have to, like, you know, measure the distance from this thing to this thing precisely so that this area and this area is... And you know what? It never works out. The reason why is because nobody actually knows what they're doing, and the more you claim you know what you're doing, the dumber you look. So, I don't claim to know what I'm doing whatsoever, and I don't even try and make maps based on any sort of actual cartography skills. Why? Because I don't have them. I have about as much cartography skills as anyone else who makes D&D maps. So I don't like to call it cartography because it feels like it's setting up an unrealistic expectation. Like Dogness says, it's like studying, it's like watching 3 YouTube videos about you know, neutron stars and calling yourself an astrophysicist. You know, I just don't want to, I don't want to try and set up that expectation because I don't think that even if I try my best I can meet it. A miso bowl, cabbage with miso chicken, roast veggies, almonds, and dressing. That sounds way too healthy. What do you mean? Miso bowl. Holy shit. Is that like...
You know what the difference between philosophers and cartographers are? Philosophers actually help people find direction in their lives. Kappa.
Oh, God, I almost burnt myself with that take. I was too... Oh, shit. Oh, God damn, Vinny. Thank you for the 4 months, bro. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm trying to be healthy, Evan. No. Here's the thing. You're doing it wrong, Mel. You're doing it wrong. If that's what you consider healthy, cabbage, chicken, roast veggie, almonds, and dressing, all right? You need to redo that, all right? You need to have eggs, protein shake, chicken, more chicken, and protein shake. You need to have those 5 basic food groups as part of every meal so you get fucking huge, all right? That's right. None of this cabbage. Get out of here. A miso bowl with almonds. The fuck is that? You're not going to get swole with a miso bowl. Mel, when you're at the gym and you're like deadlifting 800 pounds tomorrow, are you going to be glad that you had a miso bowl for lunch today? Fuck no. You're going to be like, why didn't I have an entire actual like turkey or some shit? All right? I'm just trying to help you with your gains, Mel. But that sounds delicious. I'm not going to lie. First thing, we liked the bookshop owner. We just don't like the town city he sets the shop in. And he has protective pixie/fey companion. Second, Squinkles and the chaotic shitlords. I've heard better names. I'll admit. I've heard better names. All right, don't kill the bookshop owner. That's all I'm saying, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm being called out for a degree in physics or if it's just chance. You are not being called out for a degree in physics, because here's the thing: I forgot that you had a degree in physics. Actually, I would say I didn't know, but I feel like we've talked about this at some point in time. No, I actually. So I made a decision after this week. In my on a serious note, I actually made a decision this week. I made a decision for my a life goal that I want to pursue. You see, one thing that I sort of gave up on, a dream that I had to sort of let slide to, the sidelines in order to facilitate my main goal, was any kind of a physics education. So I decided that, I talked to Elle about this, that over the next 10 or so years, I'm going to finally pursue a second degree in astrophysics. I'm gonna do most of it online, and and try and earn it for no other reason than I think that it'd be fun. It was one of those things that I always regretted I never did in some little way. I don't truly regret it, because the path that I went on is, if I had to choose a path in science or a path in the creative arts, I 10 out of 10 times would probably choose the same path that I did. But I feel like I left a part of me and a passion of mine kind of untended for a long time. And I thought, you know what? Why don't I try and go for it? If I'm not in any rush to do it, what do I have to lose? What do I have to lose? So I'm gonna start taking online classes at some point in time soon, because apparently with COVID, they made online education post-secondary a lot easier and a lot more reasonable and facilitated and stuff. And so I decided that I'm going to actually try and get some kind of a basic undergrad degree in physics, and maybe even try and earn a master's in astrophysics. Not for any reason because I hope to go into the field, but just because I think it's fucking cool, and I always had this this pull at me to go do that. So because I love physics, I love math, I love a lot of stuff to do with that, and I just it's very difficult when you have a career in art to pursue anything relatively academic, I think. So Swiggles is the name of the Warforged Artificer's raven that lives in his pocket. Why do players do this shit, man? Why do players have to name stuff like companions dumb shit like Waffles or whatever? Man, why can't we have like a familiar named like I don't know, something Lord of the Ringsy or some shit? All right. Party name makes sense, Lindy.
Not gonna lie, Dr. Evan Blair does have an.
I'm not gonna go for a PhD. I said maybe an undergrad, probably, and a master's maybe, because I feel like if I have a 15-year goal to get a master's, that's relatively reasonable if you do a couple courses every semester online. So I'm gonna go for it, man. I'm gonna go for it. Check out Harvard Extension School 2. What is that? Wait, Harvard Extension School. What is that? Some online shit? Is that where they list all their classes or whatever courses or lectures for free? I don't like my physics class much. You didn't like your physics class? I loved it, dude. I really loved it. So yeah, I am serious. Pancake greater than waffles. Pancakes are good. I won't say anyone's wrong for preferring pancakes to waffles. Because here's the thing. In the great pancake versus waffles debate, at least we're in the same, we have more in similar and in common than we do, different. I will befriend the people on the pancake side of the waffle and pancake debate, because at least we can rise up to the tyranny and absurdity there are people that prefer fucking crepes. Am I right, Thorkin? Imagine eating a crepe. Holy shit. What the fuck? You screwed up, man. If you're ever sitting there and you have a crepe in your hand when pancakes or waffles were an option, you fucked up. I get it. You're in Japan. You're walking down Harajuku, which has a lot of crepe shops, mind you, if you don't know. And you're like, man, I want something sweet. There's a crepe shop. It's got 80 different plastic crepes in the window. I want the one with the strawberries and the peanut butter and the whatever. And you point at it and you get that shit. And then you're like, all right, this is passable. But if you had a choice between a waffle, pancakes, or a fucking crepe, and you chose a crepe, you fucked up. Yeah, TDS a bit low, not optimal meme image. Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on. All right, I raised my volume. There you go. Thank you, Viddy. I had a Weasley and Finn, but I feel like that's not Lord of the Rings enough. That is not Lord of the Rings enough. No, it needs to be like Finragon or some shit, Because Feel free to hit me up. I'm on your Discord. Hold up. Wait, you just scrolled. You just scrolled.
Just sneaking in to say hi right before work.
Crimson. Damn, bro. Thank you, man.
Blessings of the Ivan Blopal Crumb be in your favor.
I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. I know you're working hard, Crimson, and I respect that, man. So, you know, thanks for stopping in and saying hi. I miss you, buddy. Hope you have a great day at work. Whatever you're doing for the rest of the day, I hope it's a good day. And if you are playing D&D later, Crimson, make sure you tip your bar. All right? The bards work hard, so. I literally tutored physics/calc to pay my way through my degree. So here's the thing, Dogness. Here's the challenge for me. So I appreciate that. I actually do appreciate that. Here's the challenge for me. I'm really bad at math, right? I'm really bad at math. And it's like, okay, well, Evan, why do you want to get a physics degree if you're bad at math? I'm bad at technical skills. I'm really interested in good at theoretical level stuff, you know, at big picture concept stuff like that. But I'm bad at technical small skills like math. So I always struggled through math. I always did decently well in physics, but I flubbed, cheated, and failed my way through math classes all the way through school. So the first step is kind of, it's humbling, you know, like I was very embarrassed to do this. And I realized, you know what, there's no shame in trying to make yourself better wherever you're at. If I say to people, hey, it doesn't matter if you're absolutely dog shit at art, you can try and you can work hard and you can get there eventually. You just got to be humble enough to start at where you actually need to start. I realized I had to go back and restart my like mathematics education. And so I'm working through, honestly, junior high like curriculum stuff right now to try and make my way up to a point where I can take and pass the high school calc courses that I never took because I took idiot math instead of like real math. And so I'm starting at the beginning. So I'm humbling myself before the great deity of struggle and academia, and it sucks, but I'm you know, so I appreciate that. I might need some support and some help, you know, with that kind of stuff. So thanks for offering that, Donis. All right, goes to IHOP for strawberry and cream crepes. Yup, really? Do they actually have? Okay, an IHOP opened in Canada, like somewhere close to me, and I'm thinking about going, man. Bubble waffles though, superior to crepes. Bubble waffles are superior to crepes. Yes, that is true. I do like bubble waffles. The only place you can get bubble waffles, though, where I live, Viddy, is one boba shop close by. So, doesn't matter what you choose at the base. The toppings make the difference. Nutella with strawberries on it are all the way to go. I'm not a fan of Nutella. I don't know why. It's one of those things that everybody loses their mind over that I'm kind of like, you know, I'm just chilling. I'm good. I'm not a big Nutella fan. So, I don't know, man. I just like, dude, I'm such a traditionalist, man. The thing that I love on my pancakes or my waffles is just a little bit of butter and maple syrup, man. That's all I want. I am unironically, as a Canadian, a maple syrup connoisseur. All right, which I got to hit up Thorkin because we had a unique winter for maple syrup in Canada. All right, because I know a lot of you are personally and emotionally invested in the maple syrup situation in Canada. What happened this winter is we had an early thaw. The trees thought it was spring. It was not spring. And so they began releasing their syrup or whatever early, and some farmers tapped their trees for a very rare, unique winter maple syrup. It's a lot darker, it's a lot more rich, and it's really rare. Okay? You don't get it every year. You get it like every couple of years, every decade. It's like a once a decade thing. And we had that this year. So I got to find some, you know, little French dudes in Quebec that tapped their like maple farms early, and I got to get me a bottle of this legendary winter maple syrup before the normal spring stuff. So yeah, I don't know, man. This is important. That building this evening? All right, sounds good, Crimson. I put the link in for you, Evan, but I got deleted. Oh, if you can drop it in Discord, then I'll 100% check it out. I appreciate that, Mel. Let's put Nutella, good stuff, drenched in the sauce, not too much. Yeah, that's a lot, man. You entertain me, and I'd be glad to help explain things. I tutor people with less knowledge than that. Consider me a resource to use or not. I appreciate that, Dogness. I really, you know, I don't know how serious I'll be able to take everything until this summer when semesters start, but I will keep that in mind because I need as much help as I can get. It does help that I'm married to an engineer. All right, and I had to I'm going through, and I'm I'm like doing things by hand and getting all excited because I like I never learned certain math skills. And so like I'm going through and I'm learning things like long division and like multiplication by hand and shit, like the shit that I never learned when I was young, and that held me back for a long time. And I'm like getting all excited, and I'm like, oh shit, I can do this, man. I've never been able to do this, and I realized that I'm getting excited over something that you learned in 6th grade. And I was like, oh, whew, I gotta be humble, man. I gotta humble myself before the god of progress. So, dice engineer. She's actually a software engineer. She's a software engineer, but at heart, I think she is very much a mechanical person. So she is taken to printing, modeling, building, constructing way too well. But she is a software engineer by trade. So wish to acquire this winter syrup. I don't know where I can get some, man. I gotta ask Thorkin. I gotta ask him if he can fucking roll on down to the maple farms near where he is, some sugar shack, and hit it up. K-Win stuff is next level. Ice wine worth the price every time. Ice wine is decent. Not gonna lie, it is decent. Is Discord on general? Thank you. Hold on, I gotta. Oh, you tagged me in it. Okay, cool. I will check that out after stream. Yeah, no, I need all the resources I can get for this because I want to figure out how I can go about earning this degree. Because here's the thing. My opinion on degrees is in the vast majority of cases, degrees don't matter. That kind of bullshit. I also have an art degree though. Keep in mind. I'm very disenfranchised with the university system. I'm very much not, if somebody says they want to go to art school, I'm like, great, go for it. If someone says they don't want to go to art school, I'm like, cool. I always just maybe nudge people towards art school if they're serious about art, because it's less about whether or not you actually learn something from it, and it's more about proving to yourself that you're serious about it. And for me, getting an actual piece of paper is, I realize, not necessary, but in my mind, it would be the cap of sort of officially recognizing that I can do something. But I need resources and stuff outside of that. So anything I can get, man. Anything I can get. As me with English, I started learning punctuation recently. Feels good when sometimes I get it right. You know what? And I think that's really awesome. I think sometimes we are afraid to go back to the very basics and fundamentals. We are afraid to humble ourselves and go to the beginning at things that we think are beneath where we should be in our life, and it's sometimes really satisfying when you go back and you start that journey over, whether it's things like, basic English punctuation, basic math, basic, art skills, basic typing, basic whatever. And it's like, I think that in some ways we should normalize that. We should celebrate it. I think when somebody's willing to go back to the very beginning and do stuff that is very, rudimentary and easy shit, and is beneath a functioning adult or the perception that we should have of that, I think it's something to be celebrated, because I think, what's the alternative? We just all pretend that there's not a problem, and then we don't want to learn something or go back and learn something because we're like, oh, I'm not going to go back and study, 7th grade math because I don't know how to do it or whatever. It's like, no, man, it's fun. It should be in some way celebrated, I think. So that's why I guess I'm not afraid to talk about it, even though it isn't. I am embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to say that kind of stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going back to the very basic levels of this for this kind of shit. But I don't think I should be, if that makes sense. What's going on, Bobby? How's it going, buddy? What's up, Byron? What degree are you gonna go for? Yeah, I'm gonna try and earn an undergrad in physics and a master's in astrophysics over the next 10 to 15 years. I decided that. I was talking with Ella the other day, but how I actually want to pursue that seriously, and she encouraged me to. So I've been going back to real basic shit, man. It's been rough. I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta bite the hubris and put your head down and learn from the ground up. Totally. I think that's important in anything, and it's like if I'm willing to tell people to do that when it comes to instruction in art, I should be able to talk about my experiences doing that. In other fields and in other areas, because there's lots of stuff that I'm not good at that, I should be okay at. Like for instance, I never learned how to properly type on a keyboard. Right? I never learned how to do it. So I don't use all 10 fingers when I'm typing. I type at a passable words per minute. I don't know what it is. I used to play with Dash Show. We play StarCraft 2 when we first started being friends, right? And we play these mini games in StarCraft 2. We play Rainer Party. and and Dash shows is like a software engineer, and so all the software engineers would just there's this mini game called Tacitar's Typing Challenge, and it was like in that friend group it was like either artists or software engineers. And so the artists, we just like be like, all right, you guys fucking do this. We're never gonna beat you in a fucking typing contest. All right, it's never gonna happen, dude. But I never learned how to like properly, you know. And I know that I'm limiting myself by not actually formally ever learning how to properly type. And I don't ever feel like I've been limited in any like real capacity. But it's also like, okay, how do you humble yourself and go back to the very beginnings and like learn a new skill like typing or like math or like art from the standpoint of somebody who's never been exposed to it from like a first grader level. And I think it's important that we do that in certain areas, because also when you do that in certain areas, I feel like you take it into other areas and learn how to do that with other skills, you know?
Being the second that studied art is even better when you finish it. This is out son Evan, he has a degree physics. What does he do for work?
You see, he's an artist. Yeah, I'd be so, dude. Oh man, I'd make my parents so proud and then so disappointed. Studying fundamentals and teaching fundamentals are the basis of progress, and I agree, Samurai. Yeah, and so I think I'm trying to go back to, you know, I'm trying to go back to basics in a lot of things. But that's sick, dude. Yeah, man. I hope so. Love astrophysics. All my electives were astrophysics, and it's such a cool subject. Yeah, I'd love to do like Dognus. What I'd love to do is I'd love to enter the amateur astronomy realm as well. You know, I think that'd be a lot of fun. So, don't be embarrassed about Evan. If you ever need help, please let me know. I love teaching, helping people. Plus, I was the smart kid in classes. So whatever I left in my brain after I purged it once I graduate, I'll be happy to share it with you. And that's hey, I appreciate that. Like seriously, I'm gonna need some help, man. I'm gonna be like I didn't know how to do multiplication by hand. I couldn't do it. If you gave me two numbers and you're like, all right, Evan, what's this number multiplied by this number? I'd be like, enter in a calculator. What does Google say? You know? But like, I feel like I need to go back to the basics and learn how to do this stuff from the absolute ground up to be able to understand how to do it at a higher level. So it's been fun though so far. I think you use all 10 fingers. Hold on, Peter. Yeah, wait. You don't use your right hand pinky? Well, I don't like. I use like probably five, like 6-ish fingers when I'm typing. I don't know how to use my outside, my ring finger, and my pinky finger when I'm typing. I just don't, you know. And so here's the thing though. On stream, sometimes people have like said like, "Oh, Evan, you need to look at the keyboard when you're typing." It's like, no, I don't. The reason why I always look down when I'm typing on stream is because my keyboard is raised up over to the left and a smaller format than my normal keyboard. Right? So that when I'm doing like writing on my regular computer, I have my wrist rest, I have my keyboard in the right spot, at the right whatever, the right height, the right. It's like it's good, you know. And so I can write at a decent rate when I'm doing that. But on stream, I feel like I'm a fucking stork picking at keys, and I always feel like I look like an idiot. I mean, sometimes someone says something about it, and then I make fun of them for whatever reason. You know, I'm very good at deflecting people making fun of me because I'll just relentlessly pick on them for whatever insecurity they have. You know, it's fine. I get through it, right? But occasionally it happens, and I'm like, yeah, it's fair, man. I look like an idiot when I'm typing on stream. So
I use my left hand pinky is because of holding Shift or Control for FPS games and hotkey shortcuts in games.
I actually changed that. Yeah, exactly, Vinny. Thank you for 100 bits, man. So I actually switched from my modifier key in games from Shift to Control, so I can use my wrist instead of my pinky, because my pinky started to get really like bad pain through it from doing Photoshop. Like I try not to use Control and Shift that off with my pinky in Photoshop, but I realized when I was doing that in Photoshop and in games that I was killing my hand, and I would just always have like really bad pain. So, you know, caps lock is a good one to rebind to. Yeah, I don't have caps lock bound. I don't have it as a rebind, but I don't have it bound to anything right now. So seriously though, you have a lot of us nerds who'd be happy to help. I appreciate that. I'm gonna need a lot of it this year. So thank you, man. I usually use 5 or 6 fingers when typing. Also use my fingers, middle finger, and thumbs. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's yeah, all right. Yeah, so like I feel like I'm going back to the basics on a lot of things this year, and part of it was actually came from my decision to go back to basics with writing. Because here's the thing, I don't think I'm as bad at writing as I could be, but I also don't think that I can write to a standard that I would be satisfied publishing anything with, which is one of the reasons why I've had so much trouble with wanting to, you know, like I've paid for a Sage tier for World Anvil for almost 2 years now, 2 years this summer, and I haven't really ever formally published anything with it. Like it's the reason is because every time I write, like I've written, you know, tens of thousands, if not at this point hundreds of thousands of words of lore, and I just feel like a lot of it's awkward. A lot of it's awkward and isn't edited well, and I just have this level of like, if I release something, it has to be like, you know, perfect. It has to be like good and readable and whatever and well edited, and I just don't have the skill set for that. And so this year also, I want to go this summer and take like some night classes or something like that for writing, you know, so I can learn how to do it better. But I also realized that I just need to release shit, and if people don't like it because it's like not edited properly, it's like, man, if I can get through people's item descriptions on Fridays, you can get through my writing on World Anvil. You know, it'll be fine, all right? As long as everybody has this sort of idea that it's all a work in progress, that it's probably fine, you know? It's not that bad. It's not illegible or whatever. So, but it is like I realize that I need to go back to the absolute basics of proper writing and you know. So, yeah, that'd be cool, Mel. Minix Pinkies just kind of float there until I need them. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's because gaming. You're always ready for hotkeys. Doing a couple entry-level classes this year and started viola lessons. It's embarrassing sounding like an 8-year-old out-of-tune kid and singing like a dying badger. I mean, look, and that's where you start. You know, everyone who's mastered anything starts somewhere, I guess. Even if they're, it's just we're more willing to do it when we're young than we are when we're older. Like start from the beginning, I think. But that's awesome, man. I'm happy to hear that. Also, the hand cramps are real these days. I need to get better at taking breaks and stretching. Yeah, I try to be very protective of my hands when I'm working. You know, I'm trying to always do stretches and shit to try and work that shit out. But also, since I started lifting weights, I also noticed that my arms and hands feel better when I'm streaming. There's like something about it that like stretches the entire thing out like every day in a way that you just can't, unless, you know, for me, unless I'm actually like doing things physical. So, to be fair, Evan does type of gloves on. It's way harder type of gloves versus bare fingers. Is it? Because I always use gloves in my hand on my computer. I always have these gloves on when I'm sitting at my computer. Always. So I don't even remember what it's like to type without them. You know? But it's gonna be weird. Like if I actually go through and get this surgery done this year or next year, and then I don't have, you know, my hands don't sweat anymore. Basically, it'll be so weird to like not have my gloves on when I'm at my computer. I don't know. That's weird, bro. Progress not perfection. True. So yeah, the scientists have carried the tradition of hoarding all my textbooks because shit is expensive. That's true. I hope I can get a lot for that shit for free online, because not gonna lie. All right, today we're gonna be working on a map. Today it is time. It is map making time. It's map making time. Yeah, I am telling you to start lifting, Bizzo. Time to get swole. You know, the mod squad is working out this summer. Because Bizzo, you're gonna take part in the summer fitness challenge, though, aren't you? You're gonna take part in it, right? You're gonna walk a couple 100 kilometers, right? You know what a kilometer is, right? You guys don't use miles. You're not the U.S. I need to translate that shit for you. How much 100 kilometers is? You're gonna be able to do that, right? You and Eiley and Blaze and I and Steph and Cobalt. I think we're gonna get Cobalt outside. That'd be weird. Yeah, the Swole Squad, exactly. All right, so this is what we have so far. This is our main area. Now, let's contextualize this first. Let's look at the world map. Let's do it. Okay. The world map. This is Teleria. All right. Teleria, most importantly, Monka W. That is what we've codenamed this world until we're going to be a little bit further along in the process. So where we're at right now is we are designing this area. So you can tell that it's central in many ways. It's central physically. It's central in a lot of Thor can determine currents and things like that. You know, and it's central as far as story goes. The most important lore location in Teleria is right here, the Seat of Eldara. Maybe the second most important lore location are all the ruins of Stonemark, which I need to redo this map and make the ruins look cooler, because the ruins kind of suck as they are right now. But Stonemark and its ruins are very important too, as far as like Eldara storyline. But the most important sort of like storyline area, location, region, whatever, that has to do with the, the mortal races is this area. It's this central location. It's this place where everyone does their trading, their commerce, their whatever. And if we have any sort of like large interactions with the world as a whole, they're going to be done through this city that's kind of floating in the center of this little pocket of sea or whatever. So this is a very important region we have to manage. This is a very important responsibility. Let's actually take this for real quick and just overlay this map onto this area, onto the world map, and just make sure we're sort of like, before we really go anywhere, make sure we are sizing things properly, because I didn't actually do this yet. So this represents this coastline, these mountains, and this bay. Okay. Okay. I think we're good. Wait. Right there. Okay, there it is, right there. Okay, so this is the map that we're making. This is the biggest map, I guess, so far. That's not a bad thing, though, I don't think, right? But the Rel Coast was tiny, bro, compared to all these maps. Even Ashasari was the biggest until this one. So we need to think about a couple things for this area, for these locations, for this storyline we want to tell, basically. And that is, wait, coastlines. Where's our sketch layer, man? Okay, there we go. In these different regions, what do we want to place here? How do we want to organize this? Because I think the last time we talked about this, it was going to be basically the sort of original, oldest kingdom, empire, whatever, lineage, kind of like our this is our Europe, though. So there's gonna be lots of small, like, I guess domains is the right word to use. Not necessarily countries, but like small organizations of people. But I want to add in, I think, micro colonies. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the right word is for it, because I don't really want to say countries. It's not full on like countries as far as like representation. It's more like regions, and within the regions there is the regions can be like run in different ways. We have certain regions that are run as small countries that have sort of like that sort of setup of governance or whatever. There is there's domains that have some sort of like monarch ruler or whatever that aren't necessarily a country as far as the way they function. It's more like an area. Like there's this term for like medieval sort of feudal organizations that I can't think of, but there's a term that is perfect for this, but I just don't remember what it is. But what I want to do is I want to set up sort of a basic idea of a couple different areas that are regions that make this place feel like it's very like busy, active, lived in. So it's kind of like, the way I see it is a central sort of area that kind of wraps around this like main kind of island area. So this central area is kind of our main human kingdom. And the reason why I want to think about the regions first, because when we're naming things, I want everything in here to have a similar name, similar style of name, right? Everything that is run and owned by our rabbit folk up here has a specific type of naming convention on it. Everything over on the right side of the map, this is getting close to Ashasari, so we might have some elven cities. North up here, we might do a city or two in Northmark that would be dwarven. And to the south, though, I don't know what else we can put in here. Like, I kind of want to add in something that's very uniquely Tolarian. Something that is, like, for most of Teleria, I think it's important that it feels similar, or it feels recognizable. the idea is that Teleria is not a place to show people crazy ideas. And here's my theory about this. A unique element to the realm. Yeah, I mean, realm is a great way of saying this. Confirm that the Netherlands is not a country, but and a region. Yeah, the Netherlands isn't a real country. Is it a made-up country like Belgium, though? Here's my theory on this. And you can poke holes in it or whatever, or say it's a good or bad theory, and that's fine. I understand that it's not maybe the best theory, but it's the one that I believe in as being the strongest theory. So here's the theory I'm going by, son. The Realms of Eldara are a big place. The Realms of Eldara are going to be a much more expansive, you know, worlds and crazy shit going on in the Realms of Eldara. There's going to be, you know, planets that have entirely different vibes. Planets that feel more science fiction-y, planets that feel more grounded in history, low fantasy, high fantasy. And I want it to all work together kind of with a bit of separation so that you feel like you can really run a game, you know, in a high magic, high fantasy, high whatever world. But you can also take that sort of that party or that story to, like, you know, one of the low fantasy places, and it feels a little more dark and Dark Soulsy. And I want that to be something that you can really explore in Eldar. I think that's one of the strengths of having multiple worlds or dimensions or realms or planes. But I don't love the way that, like, D&D does planes. I think it's a little bit of a cop-out in some ways. It doesn't inspire adventure. It's not like, okay, it's not maybe the way that it's used is often a cop-out. Because for me, traveling should be something that inspires adventure. And I like that vibe. I like that vibe about science fiction. I like the vibe about seeing the infinite star ocean and going to a single dot of light somewhere, you know, far away, and what kind of wonders are there. And I like that idea. I like the idea of seeing worlds in the sky. There's something very important and maybe, like, classically human about the experience of looking up to the sky and wondering sort of what is there. You know, there's something in science fiction that we get with that we don't get in fantasy. And I think part of it is that fantasy is sort of, like, very much based in the past, and it's very local. It's like the Lord of the Rings is the saga of going from, like, California to Newfoundland or whatever. It's not, you're not crossing worlds. It's a very contained thing. It's not a bad thing, though, because it's accessible. You're doing this journey on foot. You're crossing this entire Middle Earth to go to, you know, Mount Doom and you know, go eat White Castle there, or whatever you're going to do when you go across the world. And I like that. I think the small scale of fantasy is often really good, but there's something about science fiction that I truly adore, where you look up at the sky and you see the infinite possibilities in front of you. It's a very strange, and I don't have a great way of explaining this, so you just kind of need to like more vibe check with me, instead of, like, I'm not trying to explain how this works. I'm explaining to you the vibe that I'm trying to capture, that even I don't know what the vibe is yet. But it's like there's something very human about the emotion of fear when you look into the darkness, right? It's why I think, like, Lovecraftian sort of horror is so good in D&D, because you can prey on that human emotion of, like, what's right beyond your vision in the dark. Looking down into the ocean where it goes black, it kind of gives you a bit of a chill, you know? Looking off into an abyss, a dark room that you can't see into. We have these natural human instincts that when we see darkness and abyss, it, like, makes us uncomfortable, because we evolved to not like that shit. You know why? Because back when Ugg and Doug were looking at outside, and you know, Ugg and Doug are both chilling, and they're looking at the darkness, and Ugg's just like, nope, I ain't doing that. I ain't going over there, man. I ain't, no, that's some dark shit. You don't know what's over there. Maybe some fucking tigers or some shit. Maybe there's, like, I don't know, like Jehovah's Witnesses, or fucking, I don't know, like personal responsibility, or the IRS, or whatever's in the darkness, man. And Doug's just like, quit being a wuss. I'm gonna go and see what's in the jungle. And then you hear, like, rancor noises, and Doug doesn't come back. And so when Ugg had a chance to go back to the cave, and you know, he sees the pretty girl from across the cave doing cave painting, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go talk to her. All right, genetically we were evolved and selected, one might say, to be scared of the unknown and the dark. So that's why existential horror and Lovecraftian stuff it has a natural, evolved, like, chill that runs up our spine. And that's why you can prey on it in D&D so effectively. And I think more effectively than a lot of other horror. On the reverse, there's something different about the darkness of the sky. The sky and the sort of the glittering lights that you see other worlds and the moon and stars and things above, it doesn't inspire fear in the same way looking into a dark abyss does. There's something unique about it that feels like it should be in some ways unsettling because you're looking up at the vastness, open abyss, but you don't have that natural human feeling of like, you know, like if you're ever swimming and you're going like, you know, swimming across the reef, you're doing your swimming thing, you know, you're checking out your wife because she's, you know, doing what you do when you're in the ocean, you know, swimming, snorkeling, and then you see the edge of the reef and it just goes down and it's just dark and you're like, I'm going back that way. There's jellyfish and shit down there, man. All right? It's that natural feeling of avoidance. We don't get that when we're looking into the sky, you know?
Doug, not even joking. Smiley face.
You were the one that went into the... Oh, shit.
And I 100% am the guy that goes PFFFT.
Well, you know what? There you go. Do you see? Thanks for carrying on the lineage of Doug's. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thanks on Beth's... Thanks, Doug. Yeah, damn it, Doug. Yeah, there you go. So there's something that happens, though, when we look up at the stars, when we look at the sky, when we look at that vast emptiness, that when we see those little glitters of light, it changes the entire context of dark, vast abyss for us. It changes it from that existential horror, that chill that runs up your spine, and it changes it to one of inspiring journey and wonder, right? If you've ever been out to the like dark sky areas in the country, if you ever had the pleasure of seeing the Milky Way, that sort of like kind of pale white glow that goes across the sky with like a lot of stars in it, you understand what that inspiring feeling. We get that in science fiction. We don't get that in fantasy. And so part of the realms of Eldara that I want to evoke is that feeling of looking into the sky and you see other worlds. You can see the other worlds, man. You can see a little blue dot right beside the moon, and you're like, shit, man, that's Camino. There's some clones there, bro. We should go see what's going on, man. And I want to inspire that kind of idea of adventure. If you can see these different worlds in the sky. And so this comes back to the point I'm trying to make about Teleria. Eldara is going to be a big place with a lot of interesting shit. There's going to be different, you know, magics. There's going to be different, you know, story sort of styles and vibes anywhere you go. Teleria is the first place that anyone's going to set foot. Teleria is the very first place that most people who experience Eldara, at least in the current, you know, the next couple years, are ever going to first get exposed to Eldara. And so I think that with people and fantasy, there's a certain level of authentic uniqueness that is required, but there's also a large portion of relatability that people like in fantasy. Once your fantasy is too strange, too out there, too weird, you begin to lose people. Because a lot of people with fantasy have this idea, this vibe of what they want in fantasy, and it's not wrong. It's just the way it is. People like the traditional classics, the Lord of the Ringsian, the D&D, the Forgotten Realms, the Game of Thrones. They like dragons and swords and sorcery. They like, you know, all sort of the human myth that we've like conjured all over the world, kind of condensed and collapsed into an area that sort of is invoked or in unique ways, but with sort of that attention to traditional kind of like relatability. And so Teleria needs to be relatable. Teleria needs to be a place that in some ways you could accuse it of being boring, and in other ways you could accuse it or compliment it on being relatable and easy to unpack and understand. And so when I say here's some cool concepts, it's like, here's the fantasy you like. Here's World of Warcraft. Here's Game of Thrones. Here's Lord of the Rings. Here's D&D. Here's Magic the Gathering. Here's all these things that you like. And this is my take on that very common box of fantasy. And there's going to be some cool elements in it that are hopefully interesting that inspire a little adventure. And then once you're sort of like, you decide, okay, this is cool, I want to invest my time in this for whatever reason, then there's adventures to go on that are crazy. But I feel like Teleria needs to be a base. So I want this realm to feel, this central area to feel very much like a traditional fantasy, European, English castles, swords and sorcery kind of area with a couple of uniquenesses around it. So this entire region here is going to be our maybe at risk of being boring, human-centric, kingdom of knights and chivalry and nobility and treachery and a Game of Thrones and whatever else, and and it has to be something that feels similar, right? But what I want to do is I don't want to have the cool, unique things in the world too far away. So that's why up here we have our rabbit folk. I decided that we were maybe going to do a city down here. We might take one of these islands and do our moth folk. I thought to myself, maybe these should be something that you find later in Eldara, somewhere on a different world or whatever. But you know what? Fuck it. Let's have these, this original Eldara race, this player option, whatever, be a core component of the world, and let's put it in a small area. Fuck, I got too many tabs open. I'm sorry. There we go. Let's put it somewhere close, so we can have our like moth / butterfly area or whatever here. We can have our generic human kingdom. Thank you, Gay Cheeto Puff, for the follow. I appreciate that. That is like at least was somewhere within the top like 7 to 8 names I've ever heard on Twitch. That is, you win, my friend. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That's the there you go, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm honored to have you. So thank you for following. So yeah, so this is that kind of area that I want to be, that basic generic humans. We have our elves are very close by over here. You know, when we look at our world map, Ashasari, the elvish capital of Ashalore, is, on the other side of this lake, basically. The dwarven kingdoms of Northmark are only a mountain range away, right? So it's all close by. So we have the ability, I think, to sort of pull our elven kind of cities down through this area. So we can have a couple of elven cities here, maybe like something that feels like it's kind of like, okay, this is cool. It's like close and relatable and interesting and whatever. Up here we can maybe invent a new dwarven city. We have Grelmhawk over here. So we need to actually do a secondary city icon for Grelmhawk. And maybe on the other side of the mountains, maybe on this side of the mountains, we do another dwarven city. Just so we have a couple of different, we have some dwarven words. We have some, whatever our rabbit folk words are. We have our cool, kind of spirit moth people words, however we design their language. We have some elven words here. And then all the words in here, as far as city names go, except for maybe one or two interesting, uniquenesses, I want to be something very relatable as far as, Tolkien wrote about how you can only have a certain amount. Basically, the TLDR, the way he explained this, that it really made sense to me for writing, is he had this idea that you can only spend it's like you have a currency of disbelief that you can spend. And when you spend too much of the currency of disbelief, people are detached. And the same thing is true in words and names and stuff. And if you have too many dumb, made-up fantasy words, it's not interesting. If you don't have any dumb, made-up fantasy words, you don't care. So it's like, you're like, all right, man, so we're going to have some cities, and I want you to try and track the fellowship. You're like, okay. So they're going to start in the Shire, and you're like, I know what Shires are. This is the Shire. Got it. We're going to go to Bree. And you're like, okay, that sounds like an English city. Okay, Bree. All right, we're going to the mines, and you're like, I know what a mine is. Of Moria. And you're like, ooh, dwarven word. Mines of Moria. Ah, okay, I like this. This is cool. You're like, okay, I didn't lose you yet? Okay. Next, we're going to the elvish city of Lothlorien. And you're like, okay, Lothlorien, that's cool. Okay, so we got Mines of Moria, and then now Lothlorien. You're like, yep. But don't worry, after that, you know where we're going? Like, where are we going? We're going to Rohan. And you're like, kind of sounds like a real word. Okay. Sure. We're going to go through Mirkwood Forest. And you're like, I understand what Mirkwood means, and it's forest. Got it. We're going to Minas Tirith afterwards. And you're like, Ooh, that's a weird word, but okay, because there's a lot of normal words around it. You're like, yep, and you know you've got Mordor right beside it. You're like, ooh, okay. You've got Kidith Ungol, and like, all right, get out of here, you fucking nerd. You know. So it's like you can only make someone learn so many dumb words. It's like, yeah, we're going to start in the hidden city of Belzegoth, and you're like, okay, Belzegoth, and we are going to then go to the the palace on the mountain known as Shur Shamantek. And you're like, okay, so wait, Belzegoth and Shur Shamantek, and then we're going to the town that we're calling Dreskanath, and then we're from Dreskanath we take the port, we take the airship to which one? To Mordrakot. You're like, Mordrakot? Isn't that the same one as the first one? No, that was shit. And you lose people. So the city names in here is gonna be very much our Windwood, Fargrove, Tallvine Palace, shit like that. That's relatable. And then we can do dumb fantasy words elsewhere in this. So, Duria, thank you for the gift sub to Azalea. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Seriously, thanks for saving Azalea from ads and the ad hell that is Twitch when you don't have a sub to a channel. So thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Azalea, welcome back. Let me catch up on chat. Sorry, I missed a lot of stuff. So, I was monologuing about things nobody cared about. So I was all right. Can we please have the moth folk worshiping the light? There'll be something about the moon with the moth folk. Yes, 100%. Peak Fantasy, where you have an entire planet of betrayers and backstabbers, the entire planet of knitting enjoyers. Yeah, I know which one Teleria is. Question about the geolocations of the different unique races. What do we got, Aduria? Hit me. Hit me. The Umbriel Crusader drew their black laves and descended upon Drongo to harvest their shiglets. Yeah, that's it's hard when we're writing stuff to create too many dumb made up words. Okay, so Zibsy said something about Sanderson that I caught earlier. I know he suggested Brandon Sanderson to you before, Evan, but this whole shtick about the universe with multiple worlds linked together through magic system and gods, there are crossover characters and concepts think you'd like in world building. Which Sanderson series specifically, Zibsy? Because the one people are trying to get me to read are Stormlight Archives. Actually, you know what, Zibsy, which one is it? I will buy the Audible book right now. I'll buy the first book in the first series. I have Audible credit right now. Which book am I buying? If I am learning how to write and do some world building, which Sanderson book am I going to? Which one am I going to do? No, stop a Google. Brandon Sanderson. No, not Let's Go Brandon. Sanderson. Brandon Sanderson. The Lost Metal. Dawnshed, The Way of Kings, Warbreaker, Words of Radiance. Looks like the one with the most updates is Words of Radiance on here. All right, Bizzo, thanks for chilling tonight. I appreciate you, Bizzo. Enjoy your evening and sleep well. All in crossover in some way. Oh, okay, interesting. The space opera young adult doesn't fit in this universe. No, that's too bad. So it is the most composed world building, I think, but it's long. All right, what is the beginning? What is the first book in Stormlight? I think that's the one that I should read. That's the one that Jackie Felling recommended me. And hold on, let's see. Does Jackie Felling have a reasonable opinion? Let's see how valid Jackie Felling's opinion is. So she has 24,000 Twitter followers, almost 25,000 Twitter followers. So obviously her opinion matters. Okay. So if somebody with more Twitter followers than Jackie has a suggestion for a book, a Sanderson book, obviously they have a better opinion than she does. But I think she's got maybe one of the best opinions that we can go for based on important metrics of bigger number, better person. Way of Kings, that's the first one in Stormlight? All right, Way of Kings. Way of Kings. How long is Way of Kings? Way of Kings. How long? What the fuck? 45 hours. What is 45 hours? What do you mean 45 hours? 45 hours? How many? Okay, how many? Okay, how many books are there in the Stormlight Archives? I just need a single number how many? He's writing his 5th. He's writing his 5th Stormlight Archive book. That's hundreds of hours. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see a sample.
Oddly, only one of the others was waiting for him. Yezrian. Had the other 8 all died? It was possible. The battle had been so furious this time, one of the worst. The enemy was growing increasingly tenacious. But no. Galak frowned as he stepped up to the base of the spire. 7 magnificent swords stood proudly here, driven.
I bet if I listen to this on 1.5 speed, it'll sound somewhat less Resident Sleeper. That's rough. That guy, listen, narrated by Kate Reading and Michael Kramer. Listen, great job setting tone, but I don't know how well like that's gonna be a real tough listen to if I'm honest, you know. I got that zoomer attention span, man. That's some slow, methodical, you know. It's not like Sam Witwer reading like Darth Maul books. It's not like, okay, hold on.
3 figures stood to one side of the huge transparent steel viewport.
All right.
They wore the flowing robes and mantles of the Nemoidian aristocracy, but their body language, as a 4th figure appeared in their midst, was deferential, if not outright cringing and servile. The 4th...
The way he said the word servile. I don't even know what that means. Oh, jeez, I got chills, man. I got chills. That's Sam Witwer. Oh, damn. All right, fuck it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. What's it called? Stormlight Archives. No, let me search. Way of Kings. The Way of Kings. Normally $40. How much is this on Amazon? Is this book? Normally $40. Way of Kings. Way of Kings is $12 in paperback. So the audiobook is $40. I will since I have credits, I have 5 credits on Audible. I will buy with 1 credit, which I don't even know how much I pay for a month for Audible. I think it's like $20. All right. Success. There it is. Success. View in library. All right, I did it. The #1 New York Times best-selling author Brandon Sanderson, The Way of Kings, Book 1 of the Stormlight Archives, begins an incredible new saga of epic proportion. Roshar is a world of stone and storms. Uncanny tempests of incredible power sweep across the rocky terrain so frequently they've shaped the ecology and civilizations alike. Animals hide in shells, trees pull in branches, and glass retracts into soilless grass. So it retracts into the soilless ground. Cities are built in where the topography offers shelter. Jesus Christ. All right. All right, I'll read it. All right. All right. At some point in time today, if I don't use the word servile, can someone just at me? Remind me to use... What does servile mean? Servile definition. Having shown an excessive willingness to serve or please others. Got it. Got it. Next time a mod does something good, can you remind me to praise them by pointing out how noble their servilitude is? Yeah, there it is, man. Okay, sorry, Jerry, you had an actual question. Okay, all right. Given the lore around the different races being evolved from a type of prototypical elf due to being near a natural influence, would it not make more sense for them to be significantly separated rather than the comparatively super high fantasy moth people being the same region very close to the human capital? Good question, and the reason is the initial forces that created that evolved these proto-elves into what they are now have, for the most part, been dissipated. And sort of their sort of evolution structure is kind of stuck in time, right? So that, because Teleria, I want to be somewhat relatable and kind of a melting pot. In the storyline, there is a reason, Aduria, why Teleria is so vastly populated by so many different races and so many different peoples of Eldara, right? There are entire worlds in Eldara where it's like, this is the elvish homeworld. And in this elvish homeworld, it is primarily wood elves, our sun elves, and our twilight elves. It's like a bigger Ashasari. And if we're talking about where our wild gods, so our anthro races come from, that's Thorash. And Thorash was the second planet developed in the realms of Eldara. And Thorash is a place where you will see that evolution still taking place. So, for instance, when you go and you go on an adventure into the deepest traces of the mountains, you go to the darkest corners or whatever, you will find people who are much further along that process of sort of becoming whatever the wild god is or whatever the magic is, right? That's where you find your elementals. That's where you find your actual sort of treant folk and that whole type of thing. That's where you find your fungoids and whatnot. That's where you find that process of sort of evolution to sort of adapt to the magical forces really being shown off. Teleria has a bit of there is a lore reason why Teleria is the way it is, which is actually a major plot point for playing the first adventure, which so I won't dive into it on stream too much. But there is a certain level of relatability in traditional fantasy and Final Fantasy-esque and Lord of the Rings-esque and World of Warcraft-esque storytelling that I kind of want to do for Teleria. And part of that, to me, is this is not the ancestral homeland of the Moth people. This is not their ancestral homeland. This is not where they came from. This is not where they evolved. This is not where every Moth person has come from, the Moth god, whatever, Ibu in the sky. And this is the location which they spawned or whatever. This Teleria is a place where it is people are usually from somewhere else, and some traditions have that and other traditions don't have that built in. So for instance, the humans, if you ask the human scholars, where did the humans come from? They'll be like, right here. That's where we came from, man. We're from here. If you ask the elves, you say, where did you come from? The elves have the story of a great voyage. How there was a noble elvish line of rulers that took on them the opportunity to find new lands and to create new stories and to expand their culture. And they found the verdant lands of Teleria at some point in time, untouched and unclaimed. And so they created their great elvish civilization there, right? Whereas the humans are like, yeah, man, elves and us, we've always been here. What do you mean? And you're like, you sure, humans? The most recent addition to Teleria, as far as their storyline goes, are the Nyathar. The Nyathar have built into their storyline, basically a idea that they came from somewhere else. And that this was not originally their land. This was originally land of the ancestral, whatever the fuck the blue people are that we're going to call over here. This is part of their land. This was ancestrally all part of the blue people. And they did blue things over here. We haven't designed them. We just know they're kind of going to try and evoke the same feeling that orcs do in fantasy, but not like this sort of traditional kind of representations of orcs. We're going to do something actually different and interesting with them. But this is sort of like the Nyathar came here. And in their story, they refer to themselves as refugees. That their story is them escaping something, right? That their story is them leaving something behind and leaving their great world behind. And the Nyathar actually have a pretty correct account of history that they came from a different world. And so they came to this place and they found a lot in common with our you know, people here, and they were gifted an entire like area of their homeland. They're like, no one's living over there, man. You guys can have the entire thing, like past the core crash spires. You can have literally all of this shit, man. It's great. And they became great trading partners. That's why Cor Nithar and Cor Alastria are similar in name. Because in the Nithar language, Cor, C-O-R, means port. And the Nithar offered to use their like knowledge in building great cities.
People are called Ang. Heh. Get it?
I actually don't get it. I'm sorry. Thank you for 100 bits. I actually don't get it. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That one just went past me. I appreciate 100 bits. You know, thank you, DC. But I get Aang is an Avatar character, but I didn't. But he's not blue. He just has a blue arrow on his forehead, right? Is that okay? Whatever. So when they you know, the Nithar are great travelers. They build great port cities and great sort of like stacked, you know, architecture, whatever. And they are also illustrious shipbuilders, right? So they noticed that there are like blue orcs or whatever never had a port city for trade. They had grand cities throughout the coast, but they never had a great port city that allowed for trade with the rest of the world. So the Nithar were like, hey, why don't we build you a port city? And we'll build it with our you know, knowledge, and we'll build you a great vast fleet of our finest ships. And so the orcs were like, fuck yeah, man. Well, if you let's do this shit together. And so the Nithar were going to build it for them, but the orcs were like, well, why don't we make this a place that's like a new home for us, for both our peoples, and we'll call it, you know, we'll call it, you know, Alastria was the name of the runes site that was there, so we'll call it Port Alastria, basically. But they spell things differently in the Orcish language, and so that's why KOR versus COR hits. That's like the regional language things that I want to do in this world. Right? It's kind of like how Lem Lashir and Lem Ashir are similar.
Avatar, but the Blue People movie is also called Avatar. Anyone am going to sit in my shame box now.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
That one coming.
What the fuck?
Good morning, Evan. I have acquired Borger and am pleased. I also found chalky milk.
I am so hungry and so starved of carbs and sugar in my life right now that I am emotional over that TTS. Because, and it's not envy. It's not even, it's legitimate happiness for you. I am legitimately happy for you, Steel. First of all, thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's a fuck ton of bits. Did you actually put an extra 0 in there? I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Thank you. That's an absurd amount of bits. Thank you, dude. That's seriously. Thank you. That's, god damn, dude. You don't have to do that, okay? I definitely, fuck. Thank you. Fine. I'm sorry.
Do it again.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, my hands are up. I'm not moving. Hands are up. I'm legitimately happy for you to know that you're enjoying Borgir and chalky milk. All right? So, all right, that's good shit. Thank you, Aduria. And what's up, Not? Good to see you, Not. Thank you, Aduria, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. And Not, good to see you, man. I've missed you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're chilling, man. Good to see you, Not. Acquired burger not bought. What did you steal the burger from? Yeah, we're not gonna ask about that. But fuck. Thank you again, Steel. That's a lot of bits, bro. You don't have to do that. That's first place in the leaderboard. Holy shit. Thank you, Steel. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. You don't have to do that, man. That's seriously, that's more than I could ask for. All right. I'm just happy you're here. I really am. Thank you, dude. I was talking about something nobody cared about. Okay. So it's why intentionally Lem Lashir, the port city, and the Lem Ashir desert Okay, let me explain this. This is either
If you think
5 head.
that's something I don't have to do. Just wait until your birthday, buddy.
Am I streaming on my birthday? Oh god, do I have to stream on my birthday? Am I streaming on April? Okay, April 20, May, June, April. Do I stream? Oh no. My birthday's on a Friday. Oh no. Oh no. April 21st is a Friday. I'm
Hey Evan,
fucked.
stream topics.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yeah, what? Jesus, what the fuck is it? Hold on. Wait. Jesus, why is this so?
That's unfortunate.
Hold the fuck up. Everybody calm the fuck down. Okay? I'm taking control of this chat. Everybody, Jesus, my pineapple. Everybody just calm the fuck down. What the fuck just happened here? That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty... Also, Ella, you can link it on... Listen, Ella. You are the only person that is allowed to link to social media directly. And I get what you're trying to do as a mod. You're trying to not set a precedent. So people will see it and be like, oh, I can link to my TikTok. Okay? You linking to your TikTok directly in my Discord is a vibe check. It is an immediate gut vibe check for people. Whereby, if somebody says, you have a no social media linking rule, Evan, why does Ella get to link directly to hers? And if someone doesn't get why you do, that's fine. I'm good. They didn't jump over the bar. Okay? So you can link to the actual TikTok here, okay? That's fucking sick. That's insane, though.
Ella with the good stuff. Ivan
Yeah,
Heart,
that's...
Ivan Heart.
Shit, are you doing...
Wait, IT glows.
Yeah, it glows,
IT
man.
fucking glows,
It,
damn
it
I
does.
just bought a set and now
It does. Wait, you spot said now there's glowy... Hey, she just figured this shit out. Ella, when are you doing your next shop update with glowy sets? Okay, sorry, I missed my lot chat. All right. I'm doing really well. Hope you are good. Busy with all kinds of things, but as a hobby, I'm trying to write a rules light RPG. Interesting. Thank you, DC. Thank you, Duria, for the bets. I appreciate it. Wait, hold on. We need to talk about this more when I'm not monologuing about things nobody cares about. I'm so interested in this project, damn. I need to make more glowy. How many? Okay. All right, fine. Ella, make your glowy sets. Do your shop update. We'll see it. I'll look forward to it. Please don't do it right before my print store, though. Please don't take away all of my momentum and the excitement for my print store by doing a glowy dice shop update the week before. Anyway, so I like having weird, believable, strange differences and uniquenesses in the world. Okay. When is print store? March 25th. Yeah, around there. Yeah, that's the date exactly. Yeah. Whatever you just heard, that's the date precisely and exactly. And if it isn't on that day, you heard wrong just now. So, yeah, I officially announced it now. Glowy Dice Store. All right, relax, calm down. So, okay, so here's an example of some of weird uniquenesses that I like to add into Teleria for like making it seem more believable. Because what I've realized is there's strange weirdnesses that happen in the formation of borders or the naming of things in real life. And when your world doesn't have any of those weird like wait, it's named after this because of that stupid reason. If your world doesn't have any of those, I don't find it believable. So that's why Lem Lashir, okay, and the Lem Ashir Desert sound so similar. And I had somebody complain once, and they said, Evan, first message in chat, why do you have similar names? People are going to get confused, and they use a very specific word that I've never forgotten. They said that's irresponsible world building. I could be accused of a lot of things. Bad world building, lazy world building. I've been accused of weeb world building. I've been accused of many things. Okay? Fuck them haters. But no one had ever accused me of irresponsible world building. So, fine. And here's why I said that it wasn't. My justification was, in the story that I had idea that I had, is that Nyathar and our half-orcs were basically talking, and they said to our half-orcs who basically owned all this land and owned this entire area, they said, dear friends, what is that way? What is on the nearest land? What is on the land over there? And this is when they didn't speak the common language, okay? So the Nyathar were trying to say, what is past your land? What is far away over there? But what they said in Orcish is, what is the closest land where I'm pointing called? And so they looked across the water, and they're like, thank you, 100 bits, DC. I appreciate that. Sorry, it's the other way around. The Nyathar were trying to say, what is right across the water? What is right there? But the language they used is, what is way over there? And so the Nyathar they're talking about what is this called? This little like bonus relic coast, or as we like to call it, Orc Florida. Okay? What is this thing called? They were right here, they're pointing this way. They said, what is it called? And the orcs thought that they were asking about what's over here. What is past your lands? It was a missing translation thing. So the orcs said, oh, that over there, we call it Ashir. It's the Ashir Desert. And the Nyathar were like, ah, yes. We will call it Lem Lashir. And the orcs are like, you want to rename our desert? Kind of weird, but okay. You want to call it Lem Lashir? Lem must mean something that is an additional thing that I guess it means like far desert or something. Like, okay, sure, we can call like you want to call it Lem Ashir? Like, fine, we'll call it Lem. You know, the name stuck. They're like, hey, do you like Lem? You know, do you like Lem Ashir? Like, I like Lem Ashir. You want to call it Lem Ashir? Yeah, Lem Ashir is cool. It's kind of like when like a Japanese restaurant opens in your city and it's got like a weeb name and everyone like, you know, likes the weeb name. It's that kind of stuff. It's like when people start saying, hey, you want to go for some boba? And you're like, you mean bubble tea? No, I mean boba. Right?
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one down.
The fuck? Thank you for 200 bits in the phone call, DC. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man. It's very kind of you. And so the name stuck. The name stuck. They were just like, there's like, all right, they're renaming the desert. That's kind of weird, but okay, who cares, man? We'll call it Lem Ashir. That's kind of neat. But what the Nyathar were asking is that they were saying that they want to make a city over here, and they want to call it City of whatever that place was called. So they thought that this was called Ashir, or in Nyathar, they heard Lashir.
Brian will not be used for phone calls. Bring out David.
Not bringing out David for anything other than fantasy words or Spanish words I can't read. Okay? Thank you, Jerry, for the 100 bits, though.
Ring banana phone. We've been trying to reach you about your world's...
Our world's what? Our world's what? Alright, thank you, 100 bits. Steal, I appreciate it. And so the Nyathar had intended on naming this place basically, like, they wanted to build a city there, and they wanted to call it City of whatever the orcs were calling it. So they were going to call it City of Ashir. This place has a completely different name. All right? But the missing sort of like translation and a misunderstanding of what the place was called led to them creating a city here with the Nithar word for city, which is Lem. And so they called it Lem Lashir. But the problem is they had already, their misunderstanding had also made the name Lem stick on the desert. And so you have the city of Lem Lashir and the misunderstanding of Lem Ashir Desert. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years later, it just kind of stuck. And if you're kind of like, that's dumb, Evan. That's a dumb reason for how... You mean that there was a misunderstanding, a mistranslation, and a like kind of like cool trendiness of like using Nyathar words in Orcish because the Nyathar were new and it was trendy to use Nyathar words? You mean that's the entire reason why this place, the Lemashir Desert and the city of Lemlashir, have similar names? And you know what? Yes. Yes, that's why. That's why. That's exactly why. That kind of a stupid, happenstance is exactly why they have similar names. It's a dumb convenience, and it's stupid, and that's exactly why I think that it works. Because I think in the world, it is important to have stupid reasons for why things are the way they are. Occasionally, it's like you see a place and it's like it's a maybe like a waterfall and a city built around it, and it's called Crashing Water, and you're like, yeah, it's believable that someone would start a settlement here. And they'd be like, what should we call this place? Crashing Water. Good. And you need some of those like weird, either obvious or strange uniquenesses in the world to make it feel, I think, like it realistically was built. Because the real world building, when they released, after the like Neolithic patch, when they released like the Abrahamic patch, and they started like, and players started like building across the world and whatnot. This is before the Roman Empire patch. When they were doing shit like that across the entire, building out, there was all sorts of weird, dumb shit happening. Weird, dumb reasons for the reason why things are named, renamed, unnamed, whatever. And I think that that's important to reference, is that like when you look at the world building behind the IRL game, it's really good. It's really believable world building. Like if you go to Europe and you look at like, cities and shit, and you go to the Middle East and you look at their cities and their names and their language and whatever. You go to Japan and you look at their cities and whatever. No matter where you go in the world, there's really good world building there. All right. Whoever like did the design for the world building in all these different areas of the world that for the IRL, really good world building, except for Canada. Canada sucks. Okay. Canada's just scuffed England, wannabe France, trying to be US. Okay. The world building in Canada is super messy. Okay. We have a queen and also NASCAR. So that's how do you resolve these things? You don't. Exactly. Canada's terrible world building, but everywhere else is great world building. So, I think referencing some of those inconsistencies or uniquenesses is important. So things like that we can do in our central corporate area. I don't know, but we definitely need to find some of them in here, like some of those weird names and weird sort of places. I think what we should do, though, is we should start with our actual line work. We should start when I'm building maps. I like to build the coast and construct it out first. And then once we have our coast, we build our mountains, and then we build our forests and cities and landmarks from there. So. And then it goes back like... Wait, it doesn't go back? You ruined my favorite TTS!
This is at least the second iteration after the dreadful Neolithic patch.
That was a bad patch, man. A lot of people quit the game during that patch, so... Thank you, DC, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Vinny, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it, guys. So, Stoneworks on YouTube has a great video on this topic. Stoneworks. YouTube. I'll check it out. Wait. For a Minecraft? This is a Minecraft YouTuber. All right. Hey. Hey, sure. I'll check it out. Sahara Desert is desert. Does Sahara mean desert? Is that what it is? Really? Make it extra fun. The waterfall no longer exists, but the place is still called Crashing Water. No one remembers why. Yeah, that kind of weird shit. You know? Or like, I think there's like a city that was called like, oh god, what was it? It was something along the line of like many trees. It was like thousand timbers or like epic pine or some shit. It was like some city in America that's like named that, like, you know, implies that there are many pine trees around it. But the problem is then it was a forestry town, and they cut down all the trees. And now it's just like a barren plains. But it's still called like whatever that, yeah. That kind of stuff happens all the time, so. Some places are named something stupid because it's miscommunication and laziness. And I think we need to include that in our world building, so. So is a bunch of Minecraft stuff now. Used to be world building. Interesting, really. I thought they were a long time ago, but have a few world building videos. Oh, I thought that they did like maybe like world building and like, or world construction and then world building through Minecraft or something. Okay, fair enough. I have to join a call and we'll head home for live stream, but I'll catch you tomorrow. All right, Mel, have a great rest of your day. Have a great rest of your work day and have a killer live stream tonight. All right. What channel are you streaming on, Mel? Iceland and Greenland. Yeah, exactly. That's a good example, Garthen, of Iceland and Greenland as far as like, you know, strange oddities that happen in naming and stuff like that. So, the problem is it's not obvious to me to like force those kind of things to happen. You know, it's easier, I find, when, it happens kind of naturally and you like find an opportunity for to be a little bit. I can't tell if you just listed an Estonian word or if you just casted a hex charm on me that now I need to TTS in 5 other Twitch channels or else I'll be hexed for the rest of my life. Welsh? Oh, of course. Okay, yeah, never mind. So it's both then. It's both.
That one's Welsh,
yeah,
not Estonian.
Okay, so it's both Welsh and a hex. Got it. So, yeah, nice. What are a dentist named? Wait, Serentus? Crentist? That's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Tales of Initiative. All right, hold up. Let's see this shit. Twitch.tuvalu/Tales of Initiative. Did I spell it wrong? All right, I'll tune in if I can. Wait, Tales of Initiative. Sorry, unavailable. The fuck? Oh, it's underscores. Jesus. I like it. Good. All right, PogChamp. I'll tune in if I can. All right. Have a great stream, Mail. Have a great stream. Hex Charm in Welsh? Yeah, apparently. I hear that if you do say out loud a lot of the towns in Wales in like proper Welsh, that it does actually cast a hex. It's like the one way they got, you know, some sort of autonomy from England is that basically anytime like some sort of an English monarch would read out a town they're gonna go attack, they would be hexed. You know, which would give them disadvantage on all saving throws they had. So, you know, I don't know. I don't have any Welsh blood in me. All right, I have a little bit. Actually, wait, no, I think I have a lot. Wait. No, I looked this shit up. So much of my family at some point was from Wales. I was so disappointed. I thought we were cool. Fuck. All right. No hate to Wales, man. Love you guys. Town's usually called made up word. Lengthen the name for their train station to put tourists. Wait, pull in tourists due to having the longest town name on the train station. There's even a song made about the long name. Really, that's pretty chill. I'm not gonna lie. So you use furniture catalogs to improve the Abyssal. True.
P2W games, no more whales.
Yeah, no, we got demoted. So in my family history, the Scottish side of my family history, originally from Wales, and they moved to Scotland for some reason. And then they were accused of being sheep thieves. Okay. There's a joke in my family that from the Scottish side, that we were accused of stealing sheeps. Okay? Joke my dad loves. Because Blair is a Scottish name. Blair in whatever Gaelic or some shit means like a large open plain. So the Blair family, you know, I mostly Ukrainian, but I do have that sort of the name lineage is Scottish. It's the Blair family tree. There is a Blair Castle in Scotland. There is the Blair family is a part of the Campbell. It's a subset of the Campbell clan. So we have the Campbell tartan. And there's a joke that has persisted through my family through the Blair tradition that we, when we were in Scotland, were accused of being sheep thieves. Right? I don't know how true it is. But we did something at some point in time, Ella and I. We went through and did her ancestral family tree. Turns out, a lot of cool things about Ella. She had English nobility in her family for quite a long time. It's not like, oh, my like great who asked uncle was one time maybe a small noble. No, it was like a large noble line in her family. You know, she's related to like as recent as like noblemen English admirals in navies, you know, from World War I and shit like that. So really cool stuff. We noticed that when her family tree had her in Scotland, there were a couple of noble titles, people in the Scottish lands, and a lot of information about them, some stories. Now, this is all coincidental, I say. But there's an entry around the same time, in around the same area, that my family was in Scotland, where on one of the entries for her, like, noble families, whatever, estate, castle shit, that they listed themselves as being victims of a large and continuous sheep thievery. Now, Ella likes to blame this on me and my family. I think it's complete fucking slander. All right? I think it's slander. But I will as a scientifically minded person, as one who can't guarantee that something didn't happen. There's no guarantees that anything works the way it does, you know? I will say that there is a small, insignificant, however, but yes, plausible potential that maybe my family engaged in sheep thievery with her ancestral family as well. Now, does that give Ella free reign to tell me that I stole her fucking sheep? As often as she does when she wants to, like, end an argument? It's like, hey, Ella, we shouldn't get a dog. And she's like, we should get a dog. And I'm like, I don't want a dog. It's expensive. She's like, I want a dog. It's not that expensive. And I'm like, but how are we going to afford it? Evan, you stole my sheep. Like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like, oh, all right, fucking, you know, you steal a couple dozen sheep one time 400 years ago, and, you know, your wife still won't let it go. Like, there's no proof that
Thank you, Ella, for the sheep.
stole. I'm not thanking Ella for the bits or the sheep. Or the sheep. All right, fuck. Out of the caster, why are we not holding Eldarkon there? Or better yet, all the mods meeting? Because I'm worried that if I go there and I try and claim Blair Castle, they're going to stick me with a bill for 300 years of groundskeeping. I'm worried that there is a a chance, however unlikely, but still possible, that they'll stick me with a bill. They're just waiting for one of their, like, the next in line to, like, appear so that they can hand me the bill.
She
so
needs the dog to herd the sheep you stole.
oh, that's okay. So why did we get a Yorkie? Why did we get a Yorkie Maltese cross? Yuna is 6.5 pounds. All right, look, that's
Ryan here. I am declaring that bits shall now be called sheep, so Evan must thank people for the sheep.
I'm not thanking people for. I didn't steal any sheep. All right, listen. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Dirty. Thank you, Still, for the bits. I think. You know how many stole sheep from your wife's family 400 years ago? Allegedly. All right, allegedly. There's no proof that it was. Things happen in regions, man. Maybe the Black Gloves are suspicious. No, I know you. Come on, man. I didn't steal her sheep. All right. As a Brit, you can't really trust the records of English and the English in Scotland, 100%. You can't, exactly, right? Exactly. So that's why I don't think that I should be held responsible for maybe the theft of her ancestor sheep. All right. And Ella isn't fucking around. All right. Ella isn't fucking around because she has like
sheep for the Blackwood estate. Don't worry, I got you, Evan.
You Viddy for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, buddy. That's a lot of bits, man. Thank you. She does have a cool sword, though. She has, like, this cool sword that was given to, like, some admiral in her family in the English Navy. Okay? That bears the, like, seal of Queen Victoria in some special naval award or something. And that's, like, her great who asked great-grandpa's sword or whatever. So we could trace it back that far. But I think exactly the records of her family in Scotland 400 years ago, there's no substantiating evidence that I stole her sheep, personally. All right? It's a sword or a saber, though. It is indeed a saber. It's a saber. So a sword is a saber. Sorry, a saber is a sword. I said sword. Thank you, DC, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. That's fucking, that's glorious. Thank you. Sheep thief emote when? God damn it. I'm not making an animated emote. I'm not making an animated emote in Ella's chat of me stealing her sheep, okay?
Ella was given an anime girl.
Alright, so we gotta draw some borders, man. Some borders, you know, that just oh boy, that's hey, listen, we gotta do some. Hey, we're making some maps, man. And you know what? We're not gonna do any maps that have to do with sheep thievery. All right, that's not gonna happen. You know, that's just hey, how about that, man? Coastline, we're showing it. Okay, cool. Hey, let's get our brushes out because this is also map making tutorial, isn't it? Map brush. Is this good? Oh, it's too small. Whew. That's too small. All right, that's what we wanted. That's perfect, man. That is perfect. Okay. All right. Sample our colors.
Moment when the coast looks mighty like the thieving of sheep.
What do you mean the coast looks like the thieving of sheep? I didn't steal her sheep, all right? An empty field emote since there are no sheep anymore. I hate this. Story loads just my follow. Wait, why did I get an alert? The fuck? I'm sorry, my alerts must not be working today. Thank you, Comfy Sparkle Goth Girl, which also your name's legendary. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm sorry there wasn't an alert. Welcome all the same. I hope you enjoy your stay. Seriously, thank you. I appreciate you. I am honored that you chose to follow the stream for literally any reason. All right, we got to open up another map here so we can sample our colors. Let's do Northmark. All right. How thick do we want to make our coastline? Oh, wait, our coastline's darker. I forgot. Okay, let's do this. We're going to make things a little bit smaller on this map because it is a larger area that the map needs to cover. So we're going to make everything a little bit, just a smidge smaller when we design this. So, okay.
If I had the power to change Evan's nickname for my own personal use, it's going to become the thief who went Blair in the night. So wait, was this in Scotland? Wait a minute, does quick math, so remember how sheep thieves used to cover up their thievery when caught? Yikes, 7 you.
Yep. Listen. Listen. All right. Listen. I'm not proud of my heritage. All right, but it is my heritage. Okay. So, thank you for the 100 bits, DC. Thank you, Vinny. I appreciate it, boys. Thank you. Whew. Okay, my next CD character is going to be just a regular human that's running away from his wife because she learned that she married a man who stole their family's sheep. Hey, you know, look. It's unfair the way she look. It's unfair, but this is my life now. She just tells me every once in a while that I stole her fucking sheep. Wait, where is Ella? I thought she was taking Una to daycare, but I haven't heard her come home yet. I should go look on my break. Is that fair that your family stole sheep? Look, I'm not proud of it, man, but they paid their price. You know, because you actually know what happened is that at that point in time, my family very briefly moved to Ireland for a little while, and for like a generation or two, before they decided to come over to the U.S. initially. And the reason they went to Ireland is because they, as the story goes, were in trouble with the law over sheep thievery. That's as I understand it, as the story goes. So, look, I got to be honest with the roots, right? Everybody's own world and system. Wait. Question, never actually understood fully. Are you creating a setting and adventure more than a rule set, right? Eldara is not a full game. It's a supplement for D&D. So both for now not. Eldara is supposed to be a system agnostic setting that I can build for any game, for any setting, for any rule set, whatever. And eventually, like, the end game for Eldara is for it to be my franchise that I can build my Star Wars with, that I can make into a world that I can, eventually make into a game, into an MMO, into comic books, novels. Like, I want to tell cool stories, and I want to tell cool stories in different mediums. I want to be able to tell stories in the form of film, or the stories in the form of video games, or whatever. I want to, like, there's so many different storytelling, like, avenues that I want to explore before the end of my career, that I want something that I can tell stories in that's a cohesive world that feels like there's stakes for it, like it's important, and like things that happen and it matter, and has this sort of like, flowing storyline, but I don't want to limit it.
My ancestors moved to Australia due to potato famine and people stealing what they harvested.
Well, there you go, dude.
Did your family steal my potatoes?
I didn't. Yeah, probably. I'm not giving you any potatoes back, okay? Actually, maybe. Who knows? Thank you for 100 bits, though, DC. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I have all these different sort of, like, ways that I want to tell stories, and methods and mediums that I want to explore, that I want there to be a cohesive world that feels like there's a central storyline that is going to have, hopefully, a good payoff. Like, the reason why I want everything to be in one sort of, like, world or setting that has multiple different sort of like settings and places that you can like have different vibes of stories, because I like the idea of there being sort of a grand architected story that has a payoff that's worth it. Like, I want, if somebody invests like however much of their time into paying attention to the stories that I tell over a 20-year period, I want it to feel like it actually mattered, or like it was worth your time, like I could take people on a real adventure. And so the way that I'm doing that for now is I'm building it as a D&D world, because I think D&D is the most easy and accessible rule set for a TTRPG, and I think TTRPG is the best format for this initial storytelling, for a couple reasons.
How my question about racial locations turned into Evan informing us about how his family stole Ella's sheep.
Allegedly stole Adiria. Okay, thank you for 100 bits. Allegedly. And so I think that not for me TTRPGs are a good place to test out if your stories are actually worthwhile. Because if I want to, let's say, make a movie one day, And I want one of the best directors in the world to make some sort of an amazing film series, to build a Star Wars or whatever inside of Eldara, and to tell a story that matters and is compelling and interesting. It has to be a good place to tell stories in. And what better way to sort of test to see if your world or setting is a good place to tell stories in than to see if D&D players who love telling stories want to tell their story inside your setting, right? If the setting is an interesting enough framework to base your character's story off, or not. And so D&D is accessible, but I think that the D&D rule set is limited, and I don't like a lot of it. Now, I'm not a extremely gifted system designer. I think I'm good enough at it for my own purposes. I've never felt like it's a weakness of mine, but I understand that when you list something as a product, it needs to be professional grade. And I'm not a professional grade system designer. So I eventually do want to make a system like that is an Eldara specific TTRPG system that integrates the entire world building into mechanics in the game. And I have plans and thoughts on that, but that's not something that I'm exploring in the next year or so. I want to prove to myself that I can tell a adventure within the D&D framework, to make an adventure that's a 5th edition or Pathfinder 2nd edition adventure, and that it can do well and people will actually like it before I explore fully making my own system. Because it's a big ask. It's a big ask to get someone to play a new system. People don't like that shit. It's annoying. You already know how to play D&D. You already have your dice. You already have your whatever. And I'm sitting here asking you to learn a whole new rule set. The amount of people that are excited by new rule sets and the amount of people that just want to play the rule sets that they know and like is a large, overlap or Venn diagram that I actually think is important. So, yeah, eventually.
Okay, but how many sheep? Was it a few? More than 10?
Yes. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man. Listen, the records from that time are off. All right? I got 100 bits. DC, I appreciate it. Allegedly post something on Stream Topics. It's not. Look, come on, man. I mean, that's a pretty good yoink, actually. Not gonna lie, that was a smooth yoink. Look, okay, all right, okay. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I mean, I did say on Twitter, I did commit. All right, I did commit on Twitter at some point in time. Where's my Twitter? Not regular Twitter. I can't open that. I'll get banned on stream. On my Twitter. Let's see. I had a tweet about the new Eldara options. I had, let's see, Viddy's clickbait about me getting unbanned. I'll be live tomorrow morning. There we go. This is the tweet. One day there will be an Eldara MMO. One day there will be an Eldara MMO. This is the tweet. Viddy, thank you for the gifted sub to Comfy Sparkle Goth Girl. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome.
Evans over here talking about deep thoughts on storytelling and world building and whereover being like. Ha ha ha, his family stole his wife's family's sheep.
I'm used to it though at this point, Try to keep a cohesive topic. Running through some discussion whilst getting relentlessly memed on by TTS is my entire career description. So Sparkle, welcome to the Dragon's Claim. You are now a member of the official Dragon's Claim, the worst adventuring guild in all of Eldara. If that causes you some sort of trouble in the future when you're trying to get quests from other adventures guilds, it's okay. Just don't tell anyone you're part of the Dragon's Claim. However, repairs for guild members are free. So if our blacksmith does show up for, to the guild hall one day, you can get your stuff repaired for free. Ale, so long as we have some, is, available for our guild members. And there is food fresh cooked by the guild chef every single day. Although it is listed every day as mystery stew, but the mystery stew hasn't been a mystery for a long time. It's just rats, so I wouldn't eat it. But regardless, you're welcome to everything that comes with being a guild member for the Dragon's Claim. So congratulations on your sub. Thank you again, Viddy, for the gifted sub, buddy. Appreciate it. 2 days worth of MMO? Ah, shit. I need to make I need someone to make an MMO tracking account that's just like posts every day. You know, day 300,894 12 billion whatever since Evan announced that there's an
Jokes
MMO.
on you rats are delicious.
The fuck? All right. Okay. Thanks 100 bits, man. It's interesting though, the approach you're taking. I'm looking forward to seeing where you take in the future. I hope to have gotten far enough that I can give you some tips by then. Hey, listen, I take any suggestions and help I can. So wherever you're at in your system, I will definitely seek your wisdom if you're willing to give it to me. But yeah, I have goals for
Jokes
Eldara.
on delicious.
You know?
Rats are you.
Thank you, Aduria, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have ambitions. I have deep ambitions with my work, and I don't know how many of them will come true. I don't know if I'll ever make a successful TTRPG. I don't know if I'll ever build a world that matters to people. I don't know if I'll ever build my Star Wars. I don't know if I'll change the landscape of fantasy storytelling and make something that is as important to media as Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, or Marvel. But I'm going to try. Because I think that even if I do something that is kind of like a strangely ambitious goal that is never like realistic, you know,
Rats are joke. You are delicious.
Thank you for the 100 bits, DC. I appreciate it. Even if I never get there, even if I never achieve the things that I could dream of one day achieving, if I'm not smart enough, or I don't work hard enough, or fate doesn't have it in you know, in the cards for me, or whatever it is, I think I'm okay with it, because I think that working on something incredibly ambitious through your life is a life well spent, you know? So even if I never make it, even if I never do the things that I want to do with Eldara, I think it's still fun to dream and to like move forward as if that's your plan, you know?
Rats, we are the rats. Into the stew we go.
Wait, when did this church? This is okay. TTS slowly devolved in some cult shit. Is there some fucking rat cult I'm not aware of? Is this like some willing like self-sacrifice shit? Is the guild chef just like some like leader, and the rats are like willingly sacrificing themselves to the stew? Is there some eldritch ritual shit going on in our guild kitchen that I didn't know about? Thank you 100 bits of the video. I appreciate it. I feel the same way about my own stories for characters and such, especially on my stream. I just wait. I see if it's written star. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think it's fun. Like, I hope. I can hope. Thank you for the 100 bits, DC. I appreciate it. I can hope to one day succeed, and if I do, that's great. And if I don't, I'm okay spending my life on a dream, because it'll be my piece. It'll succeed and fail based on me. And you know, as an artist, I have learned to value the ownership over what I'm doing a lot more as I've grown older. When I was younger, I wanted to work for a big company, and I wanted to work for a big prestigious studio and make a big video game that everybody played. And I was okay being a small part of something that was very big. But I think that it's dangerous when you don't own what you make. It's a trade-off. There's more security, and there's more reasonable likelihood that people are going to be exposed to it. But there's also a risk that you run when you're part of when you don't own your content, and that is that it can get ruined, and by no fault of your own. And so, you know, I know that yeah.
Wait, have you never questioned where Bitso goes every night? It's to take the naughty rats for tomorrow's stew.
See, I assume she just created some sort of a blanket cocoon and, like, you know, like, twisted herself in it with some sort of, like, I don't know, crocodile death roll like motion to fully cocoon to the point where she, like, goes to sleep like some kind of a pastry. You know? and slumbers in her like lair or whatever. I did not know she actually goes somewhere.
This is my last one, promise. Bingo bango bongo, I don't wanna leave the Congo, oh no 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 no.
Whatever happened to the monkey meta for TTS? What? Thank you, 100 bits, Viddy. Thank you, Duria. I appreciate it. Seriously, guys, it's too many bits, all right? Dog shit tier streamer like me does not deserve that many bits, all right? I'm not doing anything of consequence today that deserves it. So thank you. You guys are hilarious. The meme is hilarious, but I feel I'm starting to feel a little guilty because that's a lot of bits. So thank you. I'm just happy you're here. All right, there. Damn it! What I just okay.
Rats good for the hearts. The more you eat, the more you get closer to Dark Lord Ratalis, the god of stews.
Are you trying to summon Eiley? I think you're trying at this point trying to summon Eiley. All right, thank you for 100 bits though, DC. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. As confused as I am, I do appreciate it. So one of two things just happened. I'm not gonna look up my screen. I'm gonna try and figure this out. So either one of two things happened. Actually, three possibilities. Either one, DC just tried to TTS something with some sort of profanity that TTS did not allow. Okay. The second option is that Aduria just cheered bits without a TTS to freak me out. Or third, somebody else just cheered bits to start a hype train or something without TTS because they aren't part of the TTS meta. So one of these three things happen. I don't think that it's been long enough to trigger another hype train. I don't quite think it's been 2 hours into my stream yet. If I had to guess, we've been live for about an hour 45. I think DC is understanding more what can be TTS and what isn't.
Make your peace, mortals. You will heed the call of the corruptor.
I'm going, without looking, I'm going to say thank you for the 5 anonymous gifted subs. And I'm going to put my money on, it was a Duria with 100 bits with no TTS. And then immediately after, 5 gifted subs from anonymous to make me cringe into my own skin. How correct was I? 5 gifted subs from anonymous. Boom, got it. And 100 bits from Duria. Holy shit, I'm good at this game. What the fuck? God damn it. Holy shit. Man, I am on fucking fire. But also, you coward. You coward. Whoever gifted anonymous subs, you are a coward. Let me thank you properly. You fucking coward. Let me name you so I can say thank you so-and-so for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it, though. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. God damn it. God fucking damn it, man. Thank you.
How in the ever-loving fuck could you ever think little old me sweet little DC would ever write something that even Brian couldn't say?
Because, DC, you have the record of the person who's had the most rejected TTSs by Brian that I've ever seen in my stream. I don't think a single other person has TTS something that Brian refused to read more than you. Maybe an ancient figure that you guys probably don't know who I'm talking about. Some of you will remember a chatter by the name of My Chemical Ramus. Maybe Ramus.
Wow, I wasn't even considered. I see how it is.
Because you've
People
never just TTS'd. Was it subs to you? Who are the subs from? This is stressing me out. Okay. Seriously, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Thank you for the bits, guys. But please, you don't have to do this shit, all right? I'm just happy any of y'all showed up today. I'm feeling really guilty because I don't feel like I'm not providing a stream worthy of this kind of support, okay? I'm just fucking chilling, talking about map making and shit, okay? It's making me anxious. Thank you. I appreciate the support, but you definitely don't have to. All right? Fuck. My hand's shaking now. Damn it. God damn it.
Look, you would be so wrong if you weren't so right.
100 bits, DC. I appreciate it. Ramus is here. Ramus is really busy. Ramus had a lot of shit going on. Ramus things. So Ramus is around. Ramus like hangs out on Twitter occasionally, sometimes in Discord. But Ramus doesn't get a chance to pop in the stream all that often anymore. Not. Whatever happened to Ramus? Ramus has got Ramus reasons for not being around. So yeah. Ramus is hopefully doing fine though. I've chatted with her a couple times, and yeah. Just poof one day. Yeah, no, it's all good. No, sometimes people like, okay, what happened with...
Did you hear that? He said, look guys, you, ellipses, have to do this.
I didn't say... Fuck, I didn't say shit. God damn it. Okay, thank you for 100 bits of Jerry. I appreciate that. No, often what happened is, so there's a lot of people that, you know, I know from chat that were here for a long time, you know, that I've seen names been in chat for a long time. And a lot of where, like, the sort of initial, like, where we all met as a community. I didn't want to say, like, where my viewers came from, because that sounds, like, weird and self-centered as a streamer. But, like, a lot of where our guild sort of came from was, a lot of it was to do with COVID, because everybody was at home. And I streamed during NA work hours. And so a lot of people that were names that you might recognize in chat often stopped being able to come to stream because their, whatever industry they were in, went back to working hours during that time, you know? So a lot of people like Ramus or other, you know, valued guild members of TDC just can't tune into my streams anymore because they're at work doing a real job while I'm pretending to LARP as George Lucas wannabe. So that's probably, that's if you're wondering where someone is that you haven't seen in a while in chat, like a long time in chat, it's probably because things just change with their work hours and they just can't, you know? So we're working on a map today. I just started streaming a month ago. I have no clue what's going on. Welcome to the Twitch sphere, then, Sparkle. What do you think about it so far? I'm always curious to talk to like newer streamers. What do you think about it? What is streaming in 2023 like for a brand new streamer? As someone like still developing your content cadence or whatever, what do you think? I've been talking with a lot of streamers recently about streaming shit. All right. Does this look like a good coastline? I'm digging it so far. Maybe I'll codename this Ancient Mothlands. Steaming, not steaming. Man's shake now stops drawing. Squiggly coastline. Your criticism is fair, not, okay? Your criticism is fair.
The Mothman cometh.
What do you mean what about the attractive butterfly people? Did we ever think about that? We have the moth folk, but do we think about their cousins, the attractive butterfly people? Huh? No, that's right. Of course you didn't. Okay. All right, we're back. My hand has resumed its proper functions. I can hold the pen properly. The heart palpitations have stopped. The anxiety is beginning to fall. I'm good. Thank you guys for the bits and support. I appreciate it. Only Mothman? Okay, fine. Sorry. Streaming's hard but fun. I can only imagine, or I can only manage that. True. Is streaming hard though?
Like the attractive rabbit people.
No, nothing like them. Yeah, no. They're all 8.5 feet tall, so yeah, don't worry about it, DC. What are the Eldritch Homework people? The Eldritch Homework people. I am worried about the Eldritch Homework people because I am concerned, Garthen, about what kind of Eldritch terrors Eiley is going to draw in, you know. All right, like we already got. Wait, Garth, you already got your first homework in for. Oh, Jesus Christ, those teeth where the eyes go. All right. I knew what I was doing when I said Eldritch, but I am concerned. We have to do our Eldritch homework on stream. I'm gonna do it one day. We're gonna figure it out. It is oversaturated and the grind because I crochet and game usually like cozy chill games, adventure games, PS4, but the grind is kind of fun. Makes it feel like more like an accomplishment when someone follows or there's like 5 viewers instead of like the usual 1 or 2. Turn off your view count. Do not look at your view count. That is the worst thing you can do when you're starting out. Okay, like Advice: turn off your view
Oh,
count.
look.
It's
A
not.
tiefling.
It doesn't help as much as you think it is. What do you mean a tiefling? Okay. I'm not drawing any tieflings today. Okay, for elder stuff. View I remember how like satisfying it was in the first days when you're like, oh, I got like 5 viewers now. Oh, PogChamp. It feels like less lonely, but it very quickly turns into, wait, why do I only have 5 viewers today? I had like 7, 8 yesterday. You know, it's a very dangerous road to go down when you have your view count up. I have no idea what my view count is at any point in time, and it's like a pseudo bannable offense in most streams to tell the streamer what their view count is. A lot of time it's very innocent. Someone will be like, yo, Evan, you're at like 80 viewers today, man. That's huge, bro. And then they get like, a mod deletes their comment, and they're like, whoa, what did I get hit for, bro? Because thinking about viewers can be distracting sometimes. I mean, if it doesn't bother you, I guess, you know, go for it. But just, it's like most streamers, I guess, turn the view count off. But I get it when you're starting out. It's like a good metric for success. So we'll keep at it. Keep the grind up. Do your thing. And remember the most important rule about streaming. You don't grow by going live. You only grow on other platforms. Unless you just meme all day about Twitch, in which case, W. Lurkers the best. I adore lurkers. Lurkers are the best, man. I'm always honored when anybody is choosing to spend whatever time they have in a day in my stream. Like, there's so many cool things you can be doing. So many cool streams on Twitch. So many amazing YouTube videos to watch. There's too much to, like, amazing shit in the world to consume in one lifetime. So when somebody takes any amount of time out of their life and spends it in my stream, that to me is a deep honor. Okay, we're actually going to open up Ashasari here and literally copy paste the coastline that we drew for this like interior lake so that we have it precise. So that is this right here. So we're going to grab it, copy it, and paste it. And we're going to shrink it, obviously. And it's about the same size. This is about the same size. This is about the same size. The only problem is this is not quite as dark as it needs to be. Merge it down. Clear a layer, and then we'll go over with our dark pen here. All right. So we also have the interior, exterior coastlines on this, which is a bit weird for now, but it will matter. Trust me. So now we could actually design the other part of this lake and not worry about it. I'm on the lurkers. It's the lurkers. Wait, you don't like people lurk in your stream? They're great, but when it's nothing but lurkers, I get a bit lonely. I want to talk and stuff. I don't mind lurkers in general. Just wish there was more engagement.
Wild digital artist in his natural habitat,
yeah.
Cheating as he breathes.
What do you mean cheating? I'm the one that drew it. What are you talking about? Cheating? It's literally I am taking my art and draw. Get out of here! What do you mean, dude? Come on, bro. I cheating. What the fuck? Yeah, I get it. It is nice when people are talking to you, but I think that what really is, especially like as an early streamer, and you know, even a small streamer of my size, there are often periods of time where everybody's doing shit, and it's not a bad thing. Like, people are just busy, or they're just listening to you talk or listening to what you're doing. Like, silence does not always mean a lack of interest. It just sometimes means more interest, right? Is a lesson that I've learned, and I think it is difficult when you're hoping for that in kind of engagement all the time, but definitely it's like one of those things that if you can get through and build your community up, then you don't have those kind of days that are like really quiet and silent as much, and it's definitely easier when you build a community around your Twitch stream of people that you really like talking to. Like, thankfully I have. It makes it easier, but occasionally, you know, you have to sort of like go back into that mindset of like, oh, that's right, I am entertaining people. You know, I am the entertainment here. There's no expectation of any viewer to have any interaction with me beyond watching my stream. And so occasionally you have to carry the you know, the social burden for a bit. You have to be the friend that's sort of like talking about what you're doing or trying to, you know, be interesting or whatever, however you want to word it, while people are just chilling. That is a core important part of streaming, which I get that it can be a little demoralizing, but you know, do your best and it gets better as you grow. And then when you enable TTS, you'll just get memed on relentlessly and you know. And that doesn't matter, man. If you can't give psychic damage, it kind of does to me anyway. Cool Dugger's just more merrier. Just like when I see the people in stream, but no one wants to engage. They're a little lonely. Okay, yeah. I'm caught up now. Listening to Evan talk while playing Hogwarts Legacy, Keck. Yeah. Yeah, it was a weird moment for me when I first sort of like figured out that when people aren't necessarily always talking in my stream, it doesn't mean that my stream is dead. It is definitely more fun when people are like chatting with you when you're streaming, especially if you're doing something creative like I am, where, you know, I'm not playing a game where I'm like, you know, creating gameplay out of it or whatever, and people are here to watch me play the game. I consider my you know, chat, whatever. I mean, I hate using the term "my" here; it just seems so weird. But just for ease of use, I consider my chat to be people keeping me company while I'm doing shit. So I definitely get it. But you know, sometimes when I'm talking about something or monologuing about shit nobody cares about, or like drawing for a little bit and just like focused on whatever, it did take a while for me to realize that didn't mean people weren't interested. So, you know, it's hitting a good point. There's a good story when chat just stops sometimes. Immediately followed by 5 paragraphs from users. Yeah, that was weird when I first time it happened, and one of my mods actually told me, because I was like, guys, I shouldn't go into big world building tangents. I feel like my stream just like completely halts when I do that. And Fox was like, Evan, it doesn't halt. People are just listening. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, yeah, when you're talking about this like long form, like big concepts in world building, or like telling a long story or whatever, and your chat just immediately just dies. She's like, that's just people are listening or hanging out or whatever. It doesn't mean that you're like boring and you should stop it or whatever. And I was like, oh fuck, okay. That was like a big realization. It's a hard one too, because it's like, you know, you have to sort of like be willing to believe that what you're saying is interesting and someone cares about it, which is like weird if you have hard time with that kind of thing. And but you know, it's something you have to accept, I guess, when streaming. Well, either way, I wish you nothing but success, Sparkle. Wish you nothing but fun on your streams. And crocheting's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. What's up, Caribou? We are making the central important MTX Corpo map. That is the current code name for it. Central important new area Corpo MTX farm. Sorry, I got that one wrong. Those people talk like me when I have to do more than one thing at a time. I can't just sit here and watch sometimes. I have to do something else, which usually means I'm not talking that much in Twitch chat. Yeah, I get that most people who watch my stream are at work or doing something, you know? Yeah, this is one of the ones in Eldar, Caribou. Good point, good advice, thanks. I struggle with how to talk when no one is like engaging, because I'm always worried that I'm being boring. Nah, you just gotta have faith in yourself. Yeah, you have to, even if it's hard to, you have to believe that in your ability to sort of like have a stream worth watching even when no one's like directly talking to you. It's that is really hard to do, but you got this, all right? You got this. I sorry, were you saying something I wasn't listening? All right, even the mods. Well, listen, man, the mods never cared about what I was saying. The mods follow a meta where they're really interested in my stream for 4 months, then I mod them and they stop coming to my stream ever again. All right, when was the last time you saw a mod badge in my chat, right? Blaze is off doing God knows what. Cobalt is a billionaire. You know, Thorkin's an artist now. Guapo's is busy in fucking, you know, trying to negotiate nuclear treaties and shit. Like, man, I gotta find some degen mods. I need some like unemployed Cheetos dust covered artist mods to hurry up and hire. My mods are too successful. They can't be a stream all the time. It's rough. Guapo's over here, you know, in one. He's here with like diplomats negotiating nuclear treaties with like one earbud in, listening to me be like, guys, there's this new Cheetos flavor out. It's crazy, man. The way he can multitask, saving the world and hanging out in stream. It's pretty impressive. Not gonna lie. You have Eiley. When was the last time Eiley was in chat, man? Part of the reason why I have so many mods on the mod team is because I don't want any of them to ever feel like they have to be at stream. It's like small streamer mods often say that they're stressed out because they're like, oh man, if like me or like the other mod isn't there for like so and so's chat, like ah shit, like the stream's unmoderated for the entire day. I wanted to have a big enough mod team of people that I trusted and liked, and you know, that nobody ever felt like they had to ever be at a stream. And it seems to be good. Unemployed, that's most of my year usually. Excellent. What are we not paying attention to? Don't worry about it, Dogness. Yeah, we're not paying attention to monologues about map making. You need to go on tangent about my stream and stuff here, but enjoy the background noise while I play Forbidden West. Nah, you're good. I asked you how you enjoyed it, so you didn't go on tangent at all. You don't be sorry for anything. I asked you how you're enjoying it because I am always curious about the experience of new streamers. I think it's an interesting thing to figure out what people who get into the space like recently think about it. All right. I have been live for longer than 2 hours, so I have not gotten up and stretched yet. I'll be right back. I haven't almost finished my water, and I've been live for more than 2 hours. That sucks. I usually try and get up every 2 hours, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna get new water. Quickly run downstairs and grab that, and when I come back, we're gonna start placing, I think, maybe some cities and mountains and shit in here on sketch layer. Now we have our full coastline wrapped around and created and built, so we can start populating with cool shit. So, all right, BRB, 1 sec. All right. I'm hydrated. I'm stretched. And my arm stretches while I was downstairs. Now it is time. It is time. Maybe show mountain ranges next, actually. I want to change the way that I draw mountains a little bit. I want to try and do them a little more, with a little more detail and interest in them. Interior. Tide. Oh, I had these all as different layers. I'm just going to do the coastline all in one layer. Fuck it. We're going to do it. And then another layer for mountains. Okay. And we'll start drawing. Okay, do I freak out? Wait, I do freak out if you are rated and no one shows them out. It's rare, but we try to make it never happen. I know, you guys, Guapo, I am eternally lucky for how much you guys take care of me. Seriously. Question from the GMs in chat. Do you want to be involved more in roles and the random aspect of TTRPG? Do GMs want to leave rolling more to the players and focus on the story? Or do you want to roll as well, attacks, state, etc.? I think for me personally, not. I think that rolling as a GM is one of the most interesting things. A lot of GMs, but it does depend. A lot of GMs like to have more control, so they can, they can. GMs sometimes have this viewpoint that they want to own a little bit more of what happens, the outcomes, and I think that's fine-ish. Like, I understand, but I personally like to be at the mercy and the whim of what happens in the dice. I think it's more interesting to me. I think that being able to roll dice to determine how the world interacts with the players is just as valuable as, as trying to figure out how the players interact with the world through dice rolls. So I'd like to roll all the time. And actually, I like to roll sort of the events that happen as well. So like when I'm building something for a module for D&D or something like that, or something that's an addition or an add-on, I like to roll or make tables to roll on. Even like for myself as well, where I don't know what the players are going to encounter when they go across this like mountain pass. But what I do know is that they, something interesting is going to happen, and whether it's them being attacked by a creature or them finding some sort of like event that they can kind of get excited about. I like seeing that. I like the random aspect of it. So I would say that rolling as a GM is not just something that I enjoy doing. It's so centrally important to the reason why I love GMing that I would hate to just leave it to the players. But like I said, I'm not a GM that needs to enforce or have a large amount of control over what's going on. And a lot of GMs really don't like the idea of losing their story to a role, if that makes sense. That's why a lot of GMs will like fudge their roles. Like, I actually think the epidemic of players fudging roles is way worse on the GM side. I fudge roles occasionally. I think every GM does. If something brutally unfair happens, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna risk a player death right now when I think this would be an unfair way for a player to die. But, some GMs like to completely have it all be up to chance. Jesse's GM for DD5E. We did Curse of Strat campaign. I had a character, Aragonasi, Bard Rogue, had this thing with luck. It was two extremes, bad and good luck. She made me a table roll for it. It adds so much flavor to the story. Yeah, I think that kind of stuff's cool, And as a player, it's obviously very important and central to the experience. But I think as a GM, for me anyway, it's really central to the experience. How are some ways we can maybe figure out different mountain strategies? Because I want my mountains to be more interesting than like on these previous maps. That's not bad, actually. Maybe where's some mountains we can reference here? can find some Middle Earth looking shit. The mountains need to be interesting, but they need to not form like a texture. They need to be a pattern, not a texture. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. That might not make any sense, but the mountains need to form a pattern, not a texture across a map. But what do I know? I'm not a cartographication master. Alright, fuck it. I can't find any reference here. I'm looking for historical shit. Fuck it. Fuck it. Always fudge your rolls if they result in death. Always fudge your rules if they result in death? Dude, no, man. I disagree. I kill my players all the time. No, I am always willing to kill a player if I think that I've given them a fair shot. You know? Because players do stuff every once in a while that I think they recognize that there is a risk involved. So let me tell you about one of the most recent player deaths that I had. Basically my players were going into a town and they were supposed to sneak around and they didn't know where the pirates that sort of like took over the town. They didn't know where they were. They didn't scout ahead. The party said, okay, let's all go around this building to the left and we'll go start at one side of the town and sweep across the right. Our bard said, all right, you guys go over there. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to see what's up. And I'm like, okay. And the party's like, wait, are you sure it's a good idea? If we're separate, like, what do we do? And dude's just like, it'll be all right. I have, you know, I'll be careful, basically. The party's like, this is a dumb idea. And he's like, no, it's fine. They have no idea. Besides the things that the indications I've given them, I said, basically I communicated to them that the pirates were there, that they were like very brutal elite fighters. Like they dispatched the town guard like they weren't even an issue. And the players had a general idea of how strong the town guard was and how large the town guard was. So the players knew the pirates weren't fucking around. This was like a big deal. And so the players were trying to play this more stealthily because they realized they go in the center of town and just try and start a fight, they're going to probably die. And they were right. So they go one way and the bard goes the other way. And he's like, all right, you know, I go around the corner and I want to try and be quiet while I'm going around the corner. I'm like, okay, roll a stealth check. I hate that it came down to that. And he's like, all right. And he rolls like a 3 or something. So he goes around the corner, steps on a twig, and there are 4 pirates standing there. There's 2 groups of 4. One group on the left, one group on the right. And the idea was that they were far enough away that you could enter combat with one group and the other, you'd be able to have a tough fight until the others get there, and hopefully you'll have dispatched some of the pirates before the other group gets there. That was the basic design of the map. They're far enough away that basically you had like 2 to 3 turns of the pirates dashing to get to either side. So the party going around one end. They're like, you know, multiple turns of movement that way, and he's like multiple turns of movement this way. And he goes around the corner and gets in combat. And I'm like,
I have uploaded my homework, so
okay.
It's not much, but it's unholy.
I'll check it out. Thank you, DC. Thank you 100 bits as well. And it sucked because he's in combat with these 4 pirates, and you know, the party's like, what are you doing? Run. And he's like, no, I don't need to run. And the party's like, run, dude. Like we're coming back. Because they were like, oh, do we hear the commotion? And it was like, okay, you know, maybe. So I had one of the players do perception, and they got like an 18 or something. And I was like, okay, yeah, you hear the commotion, and you think you hear specifically, you know, so-and-so's voice or whatever, or grunts or something like that. Because there was like the pirates and whatnot, and the lesser sort of like citizens were kind of like brawling in taverns, and like there was like, part of the idea was also that it was loud enough that if you could keep the pirates quiet in some way and no one cast any like explosive magic or whatever, maybe you could fight one group without alerting the other group on town. So I wasn't necessarily all that willing to let the party hear that so-and-so is in combat, but they got a really hype roll, and I was like, okay, sure, see you guys here. And so they were running over, and they were hoping that he would bolt back, and they would like meet back up and have not alerted this other group, and then fight them kind of in the middle. And the player was like, nah, man, I can do this. Like, all right, because he had all these AoE spells, he had like Thunder Wave and all this shit. And he got fucking roasted. And he got murdered. He got killed. He was dead before the party got there, man. It was rough. There were some bad rolls there. And so it's like, I'm not gonna fudge the rolls and be like, whoop, pirate 1 misses his saber slash, you know. it's like he didn't want to run away, and he knew that they were tough. He didn't think that they were like level 1 guards or whatever. He knew that these were like badasses. So, you know, and he died, and he was like, that was fucking wicked. All right, for my next character, I'm gonna be a Goliath monk. And I'm like, all right. He's also like a homie. He's one of my oldest D&D friends. So like when he dies in D&D, that's like the best thing that can happen to him in a D&D game, is if he gets his character fucking killed and it was a story. And it was a story, you know? But that's like an example of when like I'm not gonna shy away from killing a player character in that case, you know? All right. I'm not feeling any of these overly pointy mountains. I don't know what to do. I think the flat tops that I did for some of these mountains actually serves a function. Let me try some of that shit. Maybe the flat top is useful. It makes them seem less menacing. Which some mountains need to seem menacing, you know? My usually terrible rolls, I always roll the bad luck table. That's pretty rough. The players choose at the time of their death, usually when they get bored of the character. The problem is that I have Atari is that if I allow the players to do that, then there's no sense of accomplishment for gameplay. Once you remove the possibility of death, I feel like you remove the like why are we rolling in combat at all then? It's just performative. It's like playing a game on the easiest difficulty where you know that you're safe, you know that you can't die. There's no stakes for it, I find. And now some players in D&D love the idea of like, oh, but I'm telling a story and you don't understand. If I want my character to die, then they're dead. But if I like, you know, if they can die to like, you know, bandits they encounter, like whatever. I get that there's a certain sense of you don't kill your party in a random roll table of fighting wolves in the forest. You make potentially lethal encounters obvious and dangerous, and players really have to choose certain things and like have missed multiple rolls or multiple decisions before they die. It's not just like, we'll go around the corner, you get shot with a bow, you're dead. You know, but at the same time, if you don't, if you're trying to tell like a story, go write a book. The reason why we play D&D is because there's a sense of the unknown, a sense of the excitement and unknown of like what's going to happen. And with that comes stakes. And if you don't have any stakes with your actions, then what's the point? What's the point in doing anything? It's like you get the treasure. It's like, okay, well, you were always going to get the treasure. You save the kingdom. Well, the kingdom was always going to be saved. You kill the bad guy. It's like, okay, well, then the bad guy's dead. And it's like, okay. And I find that when you remove the possibility of danger, you remove the possibility of true accomplishment. You know? And I personally have seen the difference between a group that plays that sort of very low stakes D&D and like they kill the big bad and they're like, yes, we got him, guys. Yeah, we got him. Hey, everybody, we got the bad guy. They're like, yeah, nice. And I see that like kind of like congratulatory, like, okay, shake hands, you know, all right, we got it. Firm handshakes, boys. But when there's stakes and the party can die, when people win the game, they freak the fuck out because they knew that they weren't destined to win the game. And it's like, and that to me is more valuable than just like the kind of the very safe, like, okay, yeah, we won the game. Good. All right. Like as it all should be, you know, and like groups are different, but that's in my personal experience, that's the way I've sort of seen most D&D groups form. Muffin Boat, kill your PCs, they crave it. That's true. Some of them do. Get my players with the same group of best friends through high school, not some random internet group that may or may not show up to any given day. Does that really matter for? I think I'm missing something there. These more a story for us and not a game. So a way to pass the time while eating Cheetos. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's to me it's a great exercise if you're all telling a collective story. I wonder why play D&D then. What and not like the idea of like, well, don't like, because D&D can still offer the defense for that is there's still D&D offers a framework and archetypes and stuff like that, but I think there are stronger storytelling systems than D&D for just strictly storytelling. D&D is a war game. D&D is not a collective story game. D&D is a war game. All right, and we apply levels of story and role play on top of it. So it's like if you're not going to play the war game, you're just going to play the story on top of it. you can do it with D&D. I'm not gonna be in a camp of like, you know, you're not playing D&D. Like I'm gonna keep a gate. It just seems weird because I feel like there's just so many better systems out there for collective storytelling. You know, I don't know. Maybe there's something out there that you might like more. If you don't have stakes, there really is no point. Well, I don't want to say that if you don't have stakes, there isn't a point because obviously some people disagree. I agree with you, Dash Show, but I try and see that that there are people out there that like safety in their storytelling, they like control in their storytelling, that still find fulfillment in it, you know? Like I agree with you, Dash Show. I'm trying to understand and see and like propose the question for the other side that would disagree with that, you know? You lurk, Vidya, appreciate it. But also, you have Elle in your party that smites the entire Blackwood dice set of damage in one hit. Yeah, that's true. To be fair, though, okay, so I'll be honest, bro. I didn't, because it was Jackie and Dimble's first game, I did not throw you guys into the fire all that often. The next game that we play, I'm going to have a conversation at the beginning of it and say, all right, you guys now know how to play D&D. That was easy. We're upping the difficulty of this game. You are now playing for, you know, for keeps. The world is dangerous and you might lose your character. Be careful. Fuck, I don't know which one of these I prefer. There's something about the straight tops that I don't like. I don't mind them on this, but I don't love them here, you know? I gotta think about this for a second. There's gotta be a better way to do the mountains that I'm just not conjuring. Yeah, I don't know. That's really interesting, Atari. I'm interested in the way your group plays. That's kind of cool. But some people don't enjoy D&D where by default D&D makes PC super powerful, whereas some systems are more deadly. Difference of being in a world that spins with or without you versus the whole world for you to be in. That's interesting, man. I wonder if D&D 5th edition is trying more to be that storytelling game for people that want to storytell and the combat game for people that want to play the game, you know? That's interesting. Very specific scenario, walking around the corner and dying from an arrow reminded me of the countless bullshit times I've had to deal with that specific scenario. Walking around the corner, just dying. Just Dark Souls the game. Yeah, okay. I want to find a group of friends to play a 4 to 5 shot game of traditional classic D&D. D&D as made to be. Like, if you're not coming to the table with like multiple character sheets, you're not invited. Like, I want to play the Dark Souls D&D game style again. And the problem is you need to find a bunch of players that want to play that and have the fortitude to play a game like that, which is rarer these days than I think people think. But I want to play the Dangerous World game for a little bit. It's like balancing that danger is always a challenge, but I really want to play a game that's like old school D&D style. Nothing wrong with people wanting to play the newer school of D&D, but I just miss every once in a while, man. I want to play that traditional D&D as it was originally designed to be played. A difficult war game where, you know, you're crawling through a dungeon. The story is your rolls. Combat is your medium. And let's see what you got kind of thing, you know? First GM had people kind of like indicate if they were alright with the character permadying. I don't like that. Personally. Because I think that it's like you tell the players what the game is. You say, this is a dangerous world or not. In some ways, I don't even like that. This is one thing I don't like about the newer sort of like D&D players that have come in here and like tried to kind of like make D&D a story game and like kind of take away from the original. This is like a little gatekeepy, but like I think I'm entitled to it occasionally with a hobby that I've been playing for almost 3 decades or whatever. I do think the idea of like the default should be that the game is deadly. You shouldn't have to ask your players, hey, are you okay if your character dies? Can I do enough damage to you that your character could die? Like, are you okay with that? It's like, no, man. Like that's what you signed up for when you decided to play D&D. And if you say, hey, guys, I want to run a game that's a little more story focused where you can't where you don't have to worry about your character perma dying. It's like, okay, that should be the strange oddity. The default for how we talk about D&D should be, I think, the traditional way, at least in some levels of like D&D is a war game, is a game that facilitates storytelling, but it is a world where your roles matter. Because as soon as we stop making D&D rules matter, I feel like that takes away so much of the purpose of the game. But there are people like Atari's group out there, which is why I question why play D&D then. I feel like there's better systems for there. And so I guess it's more like on a TTRPG level. I'd rather have different systems built for different things. But I think that takes people being willing to try different systems. I want people to try different systems. I want our dungeon grindy goblins to play one system and love it, and I want our storytelling whatever people to play a different system and still feel like we're part of the same family. It's like a lot of times we have D&D players and like, oh, you play Pathfinder? Oh, well, that's, you're kind of far away from that. It's like I would rather TTRPGs be the family as opposed to D&D or whatever. Because the problem is then you try and make D&D something that D&D's not. You try and make Pathfinder something Pathfinder's not. You try and make GURPS something that GURPS isn't. You try and make it accommodate so that one system can rule all. But I don't think there's any problem with saying, yeah, I don't really like D&D. It's too combat focused. I prefer like this storytelling system. Oh yeah, you like this? I don't like this storytelling system. It's not combat focused enough. It kind of loses my interest. It's like, oh cool. And I want everyone in that crowd to be like a family and a tight knit group that can play different systems for different things. But when the second edition game can happen, I don't know, man. Maybe Rogue started off very squishy, but eventually, she got a point where she could eat a max fall damage and it was like, if she dies and that thing killed her, deserves it. Yeah. Level 0, that's, yeah, brutal. I think 5e tries to go more towards emergent storytelling, but the base of D&D is still too much of a combat sim. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think D&D in general is better as... So, like, D&D at its core... Here's the truth. D&D at its core is a war game. Some people don't like to hear that. They're like, oh, but my group is so... Like, I don't care. I don't care what your group does. D&D is a war game. It's not a storytelling game. It's a war game. Okay? You can use it to tell stories extremely well. I'm basing my entire career on that. So, believe me, I'm on your side. Thank you, Failure Wagon, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. And so it's like, okay, so we can state the facts of the origin. It's like certain game is a storytelling game, this is a war game, this is whatever game. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way it should be. So let's just remove the term D&D because we're not talking about specific systems. Are TTRPGs better suited to being storytelling games? And if you were to make a new TTRPG, do you think a brand new TTRPG in the space would be better suited as a storytelling game that has where the rolls of the dice dictate the moment? Because here's the defense of storytelling D&D as opposed to combat D&D. If you say like there's no like I say there's no stakes when you roll the dice and you can't die from it, that's fine. Here's the argument against that opinion of mine. When you roll the dice, they are the how do you get there. You decide as the player. You have the power to decide where you get. You get to have the power to decide, I want to tell a story of a character that goes on this arc to become the noble whatever heir to his family's throne, and he goes through and he becomes this powerful conjuring warlock, and his family is a group is our sword masters. And so he becomes a powerful warlock, and he goes on this adventure to save the world. He becomes the most powerful warlock in the world, and then becomes the heir to his family and whatever, and saves his land. It's like, cool. So at the end of it, you want your character to be extremely wealthy. You want your character to be the best warlock in the world. You want them to kill the bad guy, whatever. Got it. So this is where you want to get. And you have control of that. You can tell me as the game master, this is where you're going to get. Okay? Got it. The roles are the roles are supposed to add drama to it. But in the defense of D&D as a role-playing game, the drama should not take precedence over the destination. Now, again, I disagree with this heavily, but this is the case we made, and I think it's a pretty good case. I disagree with it, but I don't think it's wrong. So you make the case that you say, oh, but I want drama in the form of roles to be like, oh, but like, what do we kill when we're on the way to the ancient castle? Do we kill boars? Do we kill, bandits? Do we kill, a laser chicken? And how well do we kill the laser chicken? How do you want to do this? Okay, I killed the laser chicken. Who's the person that gets to do the most damage? Well, Steve just cast a firebolt, and you cast a long boy, and then, oh shit, and the chicken exploded. How do you want to do this? Well, it's a chicken. No one cares. And so you can create that. So the dice rolling is to facilitate that interest of how it happens, but the ultimate of what happens, of player death, of player successes, of achievements earned, the big core fundamental pillars, you don't fuck with as the GM. The player decides the story. I wonder what would be more successful and what's necessary of the TTRPG sphere, I guess, is if that is better in 2023 to release a system that's based off of that idea and that theory of how to play the game. Because there's nothing more damaging than if somebody's playing D&D in that way, you tell them like you're not playing D&D. That's why I question whether or not there's a better system to play that you might enjoy more. I'm not gonna tell anyone, well, you're not playing D&D. You play D&D however you want, man. But I wonder then if, like, with me developing the Eldara system, if there is an attachment and a love for mechanics and combat and the most amount of drama possible, which is the drama of you not knowing how the rules are going to affect your game. You could lose, dude. You could lose. Now, the difference is, though, if you talk about, and again, here's a good argument against that, for rules that adds like light drama. The argument against that is, like, Evan, I get it. You want a dangerous world. You want there to be stakes. And you're like, yes. But the thing is that when you die in a high-stakes video game, your Dark Souls, your Sekiro, whatever, you don't lose the story. You don't lose the game. So are you willing to then have, like, okay, you guys didn't beat this group of mobs. You lost. You got TPK. And everyone's like, ah, man, we got TPK'd. God damn it. All right. Mechanically, we respawn. Then where are we respawning, DM? The DM's like, all right, so then we're going to respawn you guys. We're going to respawn you guys in the last town you were in, let's say. So that morning when you woke up to the inn and you had all your supplies that day from the night before, let's say you're back there. All right, so you guys are in the inn now. What do you want to do? And the party's just like, okay, well, we died because we didn't have any health potions and we didn't have any antidotes and there was a lot of poison. So let's go to the potion mass this time and spend our gold on buying a bunch of potions. And so you can still have a dramatic story that you don't lose an 8-month investment into. That's the best case that people can make to me. And again, I still disagree with this, but the best case I think someone can make as D&D as a storytelling tool and not as a war game can make is that you don't. The worst thing is investing 8 months into a game that you end up dying, getting TPK'd, and then it's like, well, what did I just invest the 8 months for? What I would say is that the story was still worth telling, and when you invest that year-long game and you actually get it, it's going to be something you remember for the rest of your life. You are never, ever going to forget it. It is a longer-term payoff. But, again, we'll disagree with that, you know? So I don't know. I'm interested in this because I think the idea of using a system that does both things is great, and I don't want to, like, say that one isn't right by playing D&D. I just wonder about a new system that could sort of accommodate. How do you accommodate people who want to have a predetermined storytelling game, and how do you accommodate people who want a combat war game with storytelling elements on top of it? Because, man, I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but I don't think Dungeons & Dragons is doing it well. I think that combat gameplay fans would have more fun in systems other than D&D, and I think that storytelling fans would have more fun in systems other than D&D as well. So it's like, what could D&D do to make it better? Maybe it'd almost be like you have 2 sets of rules, or maybe it is some as nuanced as you just have a DM that has 2 different mindsets, which is difficult then, because when we have this conversation, here's where it goes wrong. We say, this is how you should GM. You should never kill your players. And then you have to have GM say, what are you talking about? You should, of course, kill your players. And it's like, whoa. We're under 2 schools here. It's not you should or shouldn't do this under this system. It's, are you playing this system predetermined? Or like are you a predetermined DM or are you a drama DM? Do you enjoy the drama of roles or do you enjoy control? Maybe there's got to be a non-condescending word to use for each one. Because I can think of condescending words. You could say control, but control isn't good because control implies something bad. Story focused is like too soft for our whatevers. Our rolling, combat goblins. There's got to be a good word that highlights and praises and emphasizes the strengths in both DMing styles. So whenever you say a GM should do this, you preface that with saying a X GM should do this and a Y GM should do this. That's interesting, actually. Spawn you in hell? Yeah, it's over. Killing's a fun part of the game, but I'd be interested in seeing how specific characters handle the situation. Whereas everyone just goes murder hobo. Now, if everyone plays a murder hobo, yeah, that's the whole thing. I haven't played a murder hobo game in a long time. Video game influenced to 5e that I mentioned before. We never had that in the 80s. Yeah, that's fair. Like back, like old school D&D was just a combat simulator.
Hard or story, adventure and combat.
The reason I don't like, thank you for the 100 bits TC. The reason I don't like that is because I don't like saying that because it feels condescending to tell someone they're playing D&D on easy. Again, I might disagree with the story-focused people that don't want to kill their players off, or sorry, don't want to. You shouldn't want to kill your players off. No one should want to kill your players that aren't willing to kill their players off. I don't want to say they're playing D&D. Oh, you're playing combat on easy mode, because it feels condescending to them. And I don't like that because it alienates them from the conversation. It makes you feel superior in some ways. Like, oh, well, sorry, do you play D&D on easy mode or hard mode? Oh, you play it on easy mode? Oh, that's adorable. We play it on hard mode. It's like, that gets to the video gamey something. Tactical GM, adventure GM, but I don't like that either, Thorkin, because it makes it seem like the tactical GM isn't adventure focused. I'm extreme. If somebody said I was a tactical GM and not an adventure DM, I would ban them from my chat. Like, if somebody accused me of being a non-adventure focused GM, I would actually permaban them from my chat right now. That would be one of the most offensive things. Like, I would give them a chance to walk it back. But if somebody was just like, oh, well, Evan, you clearly only care about tactics and you don't care about the adventure, I would just perma them because they're obviously an idiot, right? And so if that kind of if getting called the other thing, the other word could upset me, or not that word could upset me in any way, that's why I don't want to use the term. So there's got to be a highlighting, complimenting term that is a focus. So maybe the word focus. So maybe story focus versus... But the thing is, they're both stories. That's why I like the idea of using the word like deterministic or dramatic. Because it's like a trade-off that you're okay with, that you can kind of say, yeah, I choose this thing, I choose this thing. And no one feels like they're lacking of one thing. You know? Like, God, this is so difficult. There's got to be a term for it. Games are not necessarily meant to be deadly campaign. I've always heard it called heroic campaigns. Most story-based aren't meant to be, outright kill you. That's interesting. But, like, I think that there's, like, a heroic... Yeah, I don't like that either. I think that's really condescending to combat-focused GMs. Asking ironically, but isn't Vampire Masquerade designed for, like, 9% roleplay and kind of janky combat system in it? Yeah, you're right. I haven't played, I rip on Vampire because it's cringy and funny, but that's because I've played Vampire. Vampire is mostly roleplay, which is why I was saying, like, if you're more story focused and you don't really care about combat, the combat, and I could be wrong because I haven't played Vampire since I was in high school or whatever, but from what I remember, Vampire was much more the let me tell a story about my characters, very much the roleplay, and the combat was there of just sort of how does it happen. And combat facilitated interactions between players more than it facilitated interactions between players and the environment, if that makes sense. At least the way that I remember it. But I could be completely wrong. I've not played Vampire Masquerade since I was 16 years old, mostly because I grew into the age of 17 and grew out of it at Vampire. Okay, I'm kidding, Vampire players. I'm kidding. It's just, please, if you're not willing to take some heat as a Vampire player, I'm sorry. It's just, it's too easy.
Story, less on combat, more on role-playing that uses combat for story purposes. Adventure, bit of both combat and story, where combat has punch but...
Combat setup... Wait, punch both story, combat is set up for a reason. Combat is combat more focused. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, DC, and that's not... I'm not saying this is a bad... You know, it's not a bad... Like, it's just, it's missing something. I don't know what. Give the anniversary session, good session, guys. Nice job killing that dragon. Yeah. Do you play D&D on cinematic mode or Dark Souls mode? That's interesting because, okay, there needs to be a different word for Dark Souls. But I do like for the term of players being more deterministic as calling it cinematic. I think that's a complimenting phrase that if somebody says you're not doing this, I wouldn't get offended about it. If somebody says, oh, Evan, your games are like very like dramatic, but they're not cinematic, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure. maybe that those other words, cinematic versus dramatic. Because if you say to someone, yeah, you play more cinematic and less dramatic, it's like, yeah, fair. I want a very cinematic experience. I want a very crafted cinematic, me being heroic experience. I don't want a dramatic like, oh, is my player gonna die? Is my 8 months going to work? So maybe saying cinematic focused or whatever versus But dramatic can often give people don't know how to use the word drama. I think a lot when we're talking about storytelling. When you say the word drama, it has other connotations. There's got to be a word that's as correct to use in this situation as drama that doesn't evoke, like, you know, LSF vibes or whatever, right? There'd be some compromise, regardless, especially if you're thinking of playing a long time with the same group. Yeah. I'll say for the DM I always did heroic campaigns with. He had an extremely hard on for combat and mechanics all through the campaigns. I fucking hated it. I was bored as hell with a single fight taking literally 6 hours before we move on. Yeah, like I don't like combat that takes days. I find that combat is best when it's contained and concise and fun and high paced, which is why I demand my players know how to play their class with their eyes shut. I don't put a lot of demands on my players, but I will I will put my foot down and demand you know how to play your class inside and out. If you you should be able to roll a d20 and tell me exactly what you do. You should know your bonuses. If you need to refer, if you don't know your exact bonus to pickle tickle attack or whatever, you need to like glance through your character sheet. That's fine. But if I have to play with players that roll their die and are like, that is flip. Oh wait, I have advantage on this because I'm currently upside down. Okay, so I'm gonna roll a second d20. Oh wait, sorry, I don't have advantage because I'm upside down, but I have my shirt on backwards. So yeah, so sorry. So it's just one roll, and I'm like, tell me that before you roll your fucking die. Figure it out in your head. Know what your character is supposed to do. Know what they can do. Know how they interact with the world. And let's fucking get combat going. Because I want everyone's turn to be fast and energetic and for them to roll their dice confidently, knowing what they want to do and knowing how their character does it. I really can't stand it when a player asks me how their class works. I like asking questions like, hey man, I don't know where that guy is. Can I see him? Can I see him enough to like Hunter's Mark him or whatever or some shit? It's like, okay, cool. But when a player that isn't new players, this is all excused. Brand new players, I will give brand new players as much time as they need to figure their shit out, as much patience as they require for like 5 or 6 months, you know. But like one of my main requirements to make combat not that awful 6-hour experience is for everyone to know how combat works and for know where they are in the initiative order. All right, and that which is like something that I really actually like that Matt Mercer does is he says, Scanlan, you're up, Grog, or Scanlan, your turn, Grog, you're up next. I like that he does that. I love that about his DMing style, which is something that I haven't implemented in my own game yet, but I think that's brilliant because then you make sure your players know what's going on, so they don't have to pay attention to the combat the entire time. It's like Timmy's over there casting, Hand of Wrath on the derriere of the Trog or whatever. You're like, okay, whatever. I'm just chilling, talking to my friend here. I get that. It's fine. But once it's your turn, you're up. I love the idea of people knowing that they're cinematic versus theatrical. That's interesting. Cinematic versus theatrical. I like those two words the most so far, Thorkin, but I'm still not. Only way to resolve this, I need to watch an EBA game. Should I do an EBA game? Should I do a one-on-one D&D game? Because I can't necessarily find players to do a larger game. But should I get one of my streamer friends and do a one-on-one game? Because here's what I was thinking. I was thinking about doing a series of one-on-one games with people where I'd bring on one of my streamer friends and I would do a one-on-one D&D game with them for like a 2 or 3 shot, for a couple weeks. And it'd be a cool world building thing and it'd be an adventure for them and hopefully it'd be fun. The problem is you need to ask streamers to do this because if you're going to have one person that you're bouncing off of completely, they need to have the awareness of a streamer to make the stream somewhat interesting, Yeah, 27 moves per turn, exactly. Party versus an army, yeah, that's tough. Maybe like a big boss battle could take all day, but Yeah, that's hard to sit through. Very briefly listen to D&D streamers who play their games on Twitch. It looks like boring for anyone not active in the scene. You just see like 4 or 5 people sitting there looking at the room, and then the next person turn. Everyone else is the same. It happens for like 15 to 20 minutes at a time. Yeah, that's a complaint I have too of a lot of Twitch games. Which one when D&D was more popular? I think it's great. I love one-on-one D&D. What if we're not a streamer? If you're not a streamer, I don't necessarily know if you have the ability to charismatically carry half of the stream and be interesting, right? Because if you are the only player, you can't bounce off any other players. You literally always have to be doing something interesting, right? So if you can take charge of your D&D group, and your D&D group is like a bunch of friends that they know that you'll always, you know, like that's why I say streamers, because streamers have that awareness in a lot of ways. Sometimes when you're just like a dude chilling out, you don't necessarily have the awareness that like what it's like to fill time during a stream and how to have a good stream game. You know, it's like, imagine this. Imagine we're streaming one-on-one, or we're doing one-on-one D&D, and it's like you're like, okay, hold on, I need to think about this for a couple minutes here, and you're like, okay, cool. And you as the GM just sit there and you're like, you're just waiting. You're waiting for your player, because your player's like, hold on, I need to like think all this through real quick. And you can tell that the player's like thinking through their different options. You, the GM, you're just chilling. You're like, cool. I'll give you a couple minutes. Sure, man. You know, what's on Pokemon Go? Oh shit, dude, that's a Poochyena. What the fuck? I'm gonna catch this. And your player's like, okay, I think I have an idea. And you're like, oh, sick. Okay, what are we doing? What do we got? What are you feeling? When you're in person playing one-on-one D&D, that's fine. When you're on stream, not so fine. So you have to have a player that's like, if they want to go into the tank, they have to be willing to think out loud and describe things so that the entire chat can follow along with them. So that's why I say that it would require another streamer to do it. So, but I'm willing to give people chances. Used to be a streamer with my buddy. Yeah, there you go. You got Mandari. Could you imagine? Faye and I have talked about doing a one-on-one D&D game with each other for a long time. Faye and I have talked about it at length, and she would be somebody that I would 100% do a more substantial one-on-one game, like a series with. And cause like I adore Faye. She's one of my, she's like Faye's been really busy with her project, and she's also given me a lot of room to not be a very active friend, because I've been very busy with stuff. But you know, Faye is one of the people that I would go to war for. She is somebody that I deeply care for as a friend, and I love playing D&D with her. And I would nothing would make me happier than to play a game while streaming with one of my good friends. So yeah, Faye, I'm sure I could get Faye to do it. She might be too busy, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not too small of a streamer now. I don't know. She's a big successful Kickstarter streamer now. So maybe I'm kidding. If I do this one-on-one thing, you could almost definitely guarantee that if Faye has time, which she might not right now, at some point in time, that she would probably do a game with me. So podcaster, yeah, that'd be good too. You want to do a one-on-one game, one GM, one player. There's also systems that support co-op play. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Even another person playing. Definitely done Pokemon Go thing on stream before. Not gonna lie, that's fine. The only issue that I think faster than I can talk. So speaking, it would slow down my thought process. Yeah, and that's streamer skills. Learn how to navigate that shit, I guess. Are you grabbing a toolbox and fixing up her house? What, dude? Because she lives in fucking like Kentucky or like Alabama or like, you know, Dakota or some shit, bro. It's like at least like a 20-hour drive, dude. I have to get on a plane. I have to go fly across, like fucking take a connecting flight in Jakarta, stop at like a Hooters and go get some fucking chicken wings, and like, you know, go to Texas mega church for a fucking camp out weekend in an RV just to get to the airport where I would have to be able to, you know, fly to where Faye lives. So are you kidding? Do you know how much of a because at some point in time, I promise you this, at some point in time, Faye and I will connect IRL, and we will do some amazing D&D shit. It's going to happen at some point in time, whether it's a TwitchCon or just a weekend where Elle and I fly down there or whatever. It will happen. It will happen. I hope. Faye is my oldest friend on Twitch. I owe her a great deal of, for, you know, motivating me to want to become a better streamer, for being a resource and a person I can ask about stuff, especially when I was brand new. She was my very first raid. People forget that. She was the very first person to ever raid me. All she wanted in return was free fucking art. Let's go, dude. 20-hour drives. Fishy was so sad I told her it would be a 36-hour drive to get the nearest Waffle House from Seattle. That's rough. Wait. So how do you watch people fighting at 3 a.m.? Yeah, how do you watch people fighting at 3 a.m. if you don't have a Waffle House close to you? What do you do? Isn't that the only reason why you go to Waffle House? Wait, I thought Waffle House was a Texas thing. I don't think it was a South thing. Are there Waffle Houses everywhere else but South? Walmart? Denny's? You go to Denny's for that? Do you guys have Smitty's in the U.S.? Because I know when I just said the word Smitty's, I evoked a feeling of nostalgia and probably Thorkin, maybe Dash Toe, and every other Canadian. But I'm not sure if you guys have Smitty's or that's just a Canadian thing. So we have Denny's here too, but the Waffle House is all over MS. MS is Missouri? Mississippi. Missouri's MI, right? Yeah, Mississippi. Okay. Like Walmart fights have a different vibe than Denny's. But to say something really mean, but I just like caught myself for a second there. I like went into the tank and I was like, is this okay? Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, true. Okay, true. Yeah. I go on the road and there are 4 Waffle Houses. There's 4 Waffle Houses within walking distance. Hold on, is Waffle House good? Waffle House. Hold on, I'm missing out on something. All right, because I went to IHOP and was disappointed. Food, breakfast, nutritionals. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Where's our waffles at? With the all-star special? No, I don't want that. I want waffles. What kind of weird waffles? Can they do chicken waffles? That fucking disgusting shit. Chocolate chip waffles, peanut butter chip waffles, pecan waffles, and classic waffles. You have only 4 waffles at Waffle House? I'll admit, bro, I am not sold on Waffle House. You know, like even... I almost guarantee the IHOP menu looks better. Look at that. Look at man, IHOP coming in clutch. Look at this shit. Wait, a crepe. Never mind. Waffles are trash. Or sorry, IHOP is trash. Waffle House superiority. Yeah, you're in Canada. That's awesome. I used to live in Ontario. Yo, Pog, dude. Yeah, I live in the Canadian Rockies. It's called Smitty's, but I know it's the same thing. Yeah. All right, fair enough. Crepes? No, get out of here with that shit. Waffle House is known for being kind of sus. What I know about from Waffle House is from what Asmongold says about going there to see fights in the middle of the night. That's all I know about it. Increase the depth of our texture here. That's about all I can comment on for Waffle House. Is what I hear from American streamers. So, yeah, I don't know.
There's not really much else to know than that, I'd think.
Fair. That's fine, Jerry. Okay, got it. I need to ask DC what the Australian equivalent of Waffle House is. Just a behind stream today. I keep working and coming back to this new topic. That's man. Okay, so I was talking with one of my other streamer friends last night, and she was saying something like, it must be nice having, you know, not in like, oh, it must be nice, but just like, she's saying that it must be pretty cool to have like a thing that I'm building, like I can always talk about. I can always fall back on like talking about Eldara and like world building and stuff. And I was like, do I ever talk about world building and Eldara on stream? I feel like I don't. I feel like it's just me asking questions to Americans and Europeans about what it's like to eat fast food where you're from for like 4 hours. So yeah, good waffles for the hash browns. All right, there are waffles there, but hash browns are great. I make waffles at host. If anyone wants some, I could go for waffles. I mean, that's what I want on the weekend. My cheat meal. Should I do waffles for my cheat meal this week?
Okay, so obviously it got waffles and pancakes, but like, what is it, a fast food breakfast place?
Smitty's? Oh, it's where you can go to see people do drugs and fight at night. Like, is there somewhere open super late, DC in Australia, where you go and watch people fight? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Cause Australia's kind of metal like that, you know? Like, if I imagine an Australian Waffle House would be fucking Smitty's Waffle House. Wait, no. I think he was asking about Waffle Houses. No, Smitty's is Canadian Denny's. Smitty's is where you would go maybe to get food poisoning. A little bit less than Denny's, but definitely more than like a regular restaurant. No, confirm location. No, I don't want to confirm my location, idiot. Oh, it is Canadian. Look at that. It's got the flag on it, man. Smitty's Family Restaurant. Look at that, man. Look at that menu. Let's go to the important menu first, the kids menu with some chicken tendies. We got Happy Cakes, 3 pancakes, whipped topping, smile, and your pick of strawberry blueberry sauce. Look at that, dude. Big Brekkie. They call it the Big Brekkie. An egg made for your favorite way, bacon or sausage. Look at these. The Junior Burger. They have Dino Nuggies at Smitty's. Dorky, did you know they have Dino Nuggies at Smitty's? What the fuck? Holy shit. Can you get adult Dino Nuggies? Benedict's? That's pretty good, man. Yo, Belgian waffles and French toast. There you go. The Smitty's original waffle, made to order Belgian waffle. There you go, man. There you go. Smitty's is the kind of place if you go out for lunch with your dad and your grandpa, that's where you go. You go to Smitty's. I should ask my brother and my dad if they want to take my nephew out to breakfast one day at Smitty's, so my nephew can have the experience of going to Smitty's with his dad, his grandpa, and his uncle. That's such a Canadian thing to do. So I feel like I'm doing more world building on Evan's stream. Yeah, you probably are. The biggest compliment I can ever get is that I don't do any work on a stream. That's average pub experience in the UK.
Hungry Jacks and maybe in Red Rooster. I know Red Rooster is where you go
Hungry
to see
Jacks?
people in the bathroom. We don't really have a Waffle House. Most people.
All right. Most people go to cause or just go to the cafe down. Okay, that's
So
fair.
if the waffles are made to order in-house at Smitty's.
Yes.
How are they Belgian? Did they import the soil and concrete from Belgium?
They do, actually. So Canada has a waffle treaty with Belgium. Yeah, they have a waffle treaty where Belgium will actually fly out a waffle care package for each Belgian waffle establishment. We can't have to pay, I think it's like $6,000 per. They fly out Belgian tiles, Belgian soil, and a tiny Belgian flag, and you actually get tiny little Belgian, like, embassies. There's a Belgian border guard there that has to check your passport if you come through. It's only really one room for one chef and one border guard. And then they make the Belgian waffles there, as per the waffle treaty. And they could export the waffles without a tariff or anything like that to the rest of the kitchen in the restaurant. It's amazing. Canada is way far ahead on the times here. Wait, yeah, this is just Australian Burger King. Wait, Popping Pearls? You guys have boba and burgers. You can get boba and burgers in the same place. What the fuck? This is amazing.
You know how American refused to use metric, Australia refused to use American names for fast food, so we don't Burger King, we have Hungry Jack.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Hold on, I'm way behind chat. I'm sorry. Let me catch up. Make waffles. If everyone wants some, then it's the Waffle House. I live in Croatia, Europe. Our crepes and waffles amazing. It has such a variety. You live in Croatia? That's awesome, dude. I always want to go to Croatia. Only heard about bad things about Smitty's. Never been though. It's pretty dank. It's pretty. Yeah, you don't go to Smitty's willingly. So
With all due respect, Imperial beat metric to the moon roo sip.
Listen, dude. I'm not gonna like. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with you. I am fine as a Canadian. I have no, on the great Canada versus or U.S. versus EU debate. I am strongly part of NA. All right. I have no problem with being America's hat. We'll keep you guys warm in the cold. We'll take all the cold tundric wastelands so that you guys can. NASA uses metric. Oh shit. Oh shit. Thorkin said it. Oh no. Oh no, Thorkin, don't start that. Oh shit. Oh, the spice in here. I had a glass of milk that's too spicy. Oh shit, why did this chat just go sriracha? Holy shit. Alright, damn. I ain't commenting that. I'm staying out of this shit, man. I will say, nobody does fast food like America. All right? I will say that about America. No one does fast food like you guys. All right? I went to Disneyland in Japan, and it was disappointed how little chemical I could taste when I was eating sweets there. All right? It made me patriotic for a country I'm not even a citizen of. Made me proud of America. Next time I was in Disneyland US and everything tasted like chemical, I was like, God bless America. God bless the United States of America and this and the glory that is American fast food and chemical taste. Okay? Like it is not a proper Disney experience unless it tastes like chemical and maybe some sort of carcinogen. Okay? So you guys definitely have that one. Come on, man. We just got jokes. We got jokes. Relax.
At Eldritch Disappointment we have jacks here, but we put them in a box.
Does Jack in the Box actually suck? Misprint, thank you for the 100 bits, bro. I appreciate that. I've heard Jack in the Box sucks, but I always want to go.
Okay, while I'm on topic of talking crap about the states, what is up with pump pack cheese? Like what, how, why?
What? What the fuck is pump pack cheese? Wait, what?
Moon fake, earth flat, sun is lamp. I read it on the internet one time. Must be Truga Kappa.
So anyway, Croatia's super pretty. Plus, like, there's like tourist cities using location Game of Thrones. That is awesome, dude. I have a affinity for that area of the world that I always wanted to go explore more of. So, yeah, Jack in the Box does suck, really. Damn it.
We don't have Jack in a Box. We do have Wok in a Box, though.
There you go, man. I've always wanted to go to the U.S. to try all the American fast food. And I am proud that after years, I finally made it to a White Castle and got some of the worst food poisoning I'd ever gotten. I ordered 10 sliders, fries, and a big old drink. And I got some of the worst food poisoning I've ever had in my entire life. And I do it all again. Going and finally doing the pilgrimage to a White Castle was worth it. Now, maybe it was... Okay, so maybe my judgment could have been better. It was a White Castle on the Las Vegas Strip at one of the sketchiest hotels. But it was a White Castle.
One of the things I wanted to do when I went to Australia was go to Aussie McDonald's. Didn't get the chance, so I know I have to go back.
I wonder if it's different there. Yeah, I wonder.
At the very least, Jack in the Box has embraced it and just started to sell boxes specifically for weed munchies.
They know what their brand is. That's important. Yeah. White Castle usually charges extra for that, for the food poisoning? No, it was free, man. Yeah, it was free. I got so sick with my friend Boyko, and he went back, I think. It was at a Magic the Gathering tournament in Las Vegas, and we got wiped out early in the rounds, and then so we in the main event we got pretty bad starts, and like I lost my first round and he won his, and I was like, I lost my first round, man. I don't know. And he's like, yeah, I won, but it was rough. I didn't get a great deck, and I was like, we shouldn't drop, right? We flew across the United States and Canada to come here for this Magic tournament, right? Like, we should stay in the event, right? He's like, or the two of us could drop out. We could go back to our hotel, get changed into nice clothes, and go explore Vegas on a Saturday instead of being stuck in a fucking convention center that smells like the underside of a nerd's chair and play Magic the Gathering.
At Idurio, I promise you're not missing much, but feel free to come back. He'll show you real Australian food.
200 bits, DC. But stop having conversations with each other in TTS. God damn it. So we ditched the event and we just went and had a Vegas day, the two of us. After we dropped it the first fucking round. And what did we do? We did Andrew and Evan's White Castle trip. We got super fucking sick. We went back to the hotel. We're sick for like the next 4 hours and then went out anyway for the evening. Our friends were like, bro, you're missing like the drafts or whatever. You can sign up for a draft pod, get 3 packs, drop, and then whatever. I'm like, okay. Okay, dude. All right. You're in a different city,
Which
right? You
side
traveled
of
for
the
this?
do I need to go to? At Eldritch Disappointment, I was in Melbourne last time. Also Evan, Moloch Horridus.
Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. That's the who is. Wait, is that a Harold and Kumar movie? Well, that's where it came from. That's why I wanted to go try White Castle. It's because as teenage youth, we watched Harold and Kumar go to White Castle, and in Canada there's no White Castles. So how are we supposed to live out our teenage dream of going to White Castle? But Jack in the Box and Whataburger are the ones that I have yet to try. And Steak and Shake. Everybody says Steak and Shake is good, but I'm sus. I'm sus that Steak and Shake is actually good. Because Steak and Shake is from New York, right? I haven't had a single piece of food or franchise from the East Coast, from the Northeast Coast in the US. It's actually good. I think they're lying themselves about what they think good food is. All right. I'm kidding. Relax. I'm kidding. Been told Steak and Shake is California, or Shake Shack in California is really good. I don't think I've done Shake Shack either. Yeah, don't forget to look up more. Okay, fine. I'm looking it up. Fine, I'll look it up. You spent 100 bits. The least I can do is look it up and sigh.
As an American citizen, I cannot allow you to go to a White Castle and shatter your reality. Come to Portillo's instead.
That's not a monkey. That's a lizard. That's... The lizard meta is begun? The monkey meta is over? What the fuck? Jesus. No. I can't go to Portillo's because I know Portillo's is a Chicago based restaurant, and Chicago is probably, I think, the worst city to go see in all of the United States. I said it. Of every city, if everyone's trying to convince me that their city is worth going to, I have yet to be convinced that Chicago or Salt Lake City are worth spending any time in. So, yeah, I can't go see Portillo's because also the Blackhawks suck. You know? What am I going to go do? See a mediocre hockey team lose? If I wanted to do that, I would just stay in Canada. I'd go to literally any Canadian city.
You insulted the monkey meta previously. It has since been described as banal. So we much move to lizards.
God fucking damn. I just sometimes imagine somebody brand new shows up to the stream and has no idea what the fuck we're talking about. And it's like, what is a monkey meta? What is a lizard meta? And why was this streamer shitting on American food so much? All right, like, come on, man. I can shit on American food. Let's just so we're all aware. All right.
I know the basic Californians will hate me, but in my opinion, Whataburger and In-N-Out aren't great.
I've heard Whataburger is shit, but I actually think In-N-Out is pretty good. I haven't tried Whataburger yet. I think 100 bits misprint. I will say that the reason why I can shit on American food and whatnot is because the Americans have a sense of humor. All right? The Americans take a joke. The second I shit on anything that's food related from Europe, somebody loses their fucking mind. They can't take a joke. All right? Europeans and their food, you can't talk shit about because they have no sense of humor when it comes to their food. All right? Except for the English. The English are the only people from that entire continent that you can shit on their food and they think it's funny too. They're the only ones with a sense of humor about their food. All right? That's it. Okay? God bless them for it, you know? That's...
Pro tip for people looking to come to Australia: avoid mid to lower eastern Australia. It's
Who's going to
overrated and
Australia?
expensive. Queensland is beautiful, though you can't really swim at.
Who's going to Australia? Why are we planning a trip to Australia now through TTS? What is this stream?
Chicago as not Midwestern. You can meme me as not Midwestern. I cannot allow you to slander the Portillo's name.
No, I would never talk shit about Portillo's because as a person that followed Greg Miller for years, I understand that it is a cultural icon, and I would love to order their Italian beef pack somewhere the next time in the U.S. But unfortunately, Vidi, you can't order Portillo's to anywhere in Canada. I have looked into this. Okay, Portillo's seems legit. Seems like the redeeming factor to Chicago. All right. I'll make peace with you on Portillo's.
But people in the UK eat blood pudding, tripe and haggis, so they can't really take themselves seriously.
Because Canada basically has an extension of UK food. Because we eat that shit here too. I don't know, man. It's jokes. Listen, wherever you're from, you have a fantastic food culture, and you should be proud of where you're from. We're just joking, okay? TZ Whataburger is amazing. I never said the Whataburger. Oh, you're talking to Miss Brit. Yeah, I've never tried Whataburger. All right, I've never tried Whataburger. I have yet to. I will one day. I'll give you my opinion. I'm gonna do my great American road trip fast food burger joint tier list. It'll be the best stream I'll ever do. Chad's a curse. Hey, true. True, man. Oh shit, I spit on my monitor. Fuck. Yeah, thank you, Wagon. Yeah. Only thing that's worth eating at Whataburger is the patty melt. I haven't tried it. Look, I am going to Las Vegas later this year for a wedding, so.
Can be an exception to this rule if you can get over the old racist people complaining about it being hot when it gets higher than 20.
Is that a thing? I think I'm good. 1 second. I might have to evacuate. 1 second. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Just a test. All right, never mind. Just a test evacuation warning. We're good, I think. I hope. Maybe? Yeah, we're good. Fuck it. Whatever. Okay. Okay. There's been fires, man. All right, we're chill. Yeah, we're good. Thorgan, I thought it was a Kraken bear, so don't worry about it. We're good.
You that I'm here.
Yeah, what's up, Vita? What's going on, dude? Wait,
see you later.
You can just sub at tier 3 and then just fucking. What do you mean goodbye? What are you talking about? That's a big sub. Jesus. Vita, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub and the first badge. What the fuck?
Let's get some of that poutine, though.
Jesus. Thank you, dude. Okay, alright. Fuck, I guess Mita's gone already. Alright, in the unlikely possibility that you're still here, Mita, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub.
Evan,
I really appreciate it.
We just got our first Taco Bell here in Perth, and let me tell, May.
Emergency test
You're
alert.
Not welcome.
That you're not welcome. Thank you. For the 500 bits, what the fuck? Why? I don't understand, dude. Wagon was right. This is cursed. Thank you, Misprint and DC for 100 bits. Thank you, Mita, for the 500 bits and the tier 3 sub. What the fuck? Jesus. God damn. You're in Canada, not California. Why are you having fires? When it gets so dry in the winter here, we can have fires here. Yeah, it turns into a snow desert up here, and one person throwing a cigarette out the window can lead to a massive forest fire. And since I live in the mountains, those are uncomfortably close. So, yeah. Don't worry. As soon as the summer rolls around, all of our fires will be the U.S.'s fault anyway. So, all right. This one mountain is redeemable, and so is this one. But as far as tests go, this one is not. So we're gonna kill it. Thank you again, Mita, for the sub and the 500 bits. That's a lot, man. I appreciate that. Seriously. God damn it. God fucking damn it, man. Okay. I want to do... Is this mountain range too thick? I think it is. Let's move this around a little bit.
Desert, a tundra?
In some places, yes. In some places, yes. Don't forget, I live pretty far north in NA. Not as far north as fucking Edmonton, though. Holy shit, imagine living in Edmonton. What an asshole of a city. Jesus. Okay. Why did I... Okay, Ella, why do I keep getting emergency alerts? Why do I keep getting emergency alerts, Ella? You tell me if we need to leave. Jesus Christ. Not that bad. Edmonton. Edmonton is the hairy asshole of Canada. It is awful. It is awful. It is not a city that I enjoy going to. It is not a city that I enjoy going to whatsoever. They do have a cool mall. All right. Better than Calgary, I said it. That's fine. Listen. Edmontonian insecurity is rampant. I won't break your delusion.
An area of high precipitation,
you know?
And an area of low precipitation on opposite sides of the mountains, based off of where the dominant wind blows.
That's Alberta. That's, yeah, hold on. Alright, Ella told me that we don't have to fucking vacate because of fires. But apparently there was a test alert thing planned. Californian, sorry about the fires. We had to export something. Yeah, every summer, man. It's like clockwork.
Edmonton is like the... I don't know, like the Edmonton of Canada. Definitely cringe.
Yeah, true, man. Edmonton is fine. It's just the you know what the honestly... Like realistically, you know what the worst part about Edmonton is? You know what the worst part about Edmonton is? I'll tell you what the worst part about Edmonton is. Okay? The rampant insecurity of everyone who's under the age of 35. You know? It's like the memes of like no one, absolutely no one. Someone from Edmonton. Edmonton's so good, man. There's so many things to do here with like young whatever activities. We have such a thriving culture of this and that. And everyone's just like, what? Like, yeah, didn't you know that about Edmonton? And you're like, okay. All right. And then you're just chilling. You're just drawing something. Someone from Edmonton is just like, hey, Edmonton is really good for young people. It has a thriving economy of independent businesses and startups from young entrepreneurs. And you're like, okay. And? Well, I just thought I'd tell you. I didn't ask, though. Oh. Okay. That's the honest worst part of Edmonton, is the insecurity of young people that live there that need to defend why Edmonton is a good choice. There it is. That's the worst part about Edmonton.
I got offered work out of Anchorage once. I've been told it's a hole in the ground.
Anchorage?
Thoughts?
Wait, Anchorage? That's in a different country, bro. I don't know. I've never been to Anchorage. I don't know if you'd be okay with the cold and the length of the days, though. Like, as somebody that you know, you probably don't have, like... I mean, maybe you do, actually. Maybe you guys have really short days in South Australia. I don't know. We don't want to see how cultured you say is allowed. Wait. The old shop. Stop it alert. Wait, what? Or am I saying ye old shop? I don't know. Where's this side location here?
I must vacate the couch to begin preparing for my rapidly approaching migration to my place of employment. I bid you good streams and fair memes.
Alright, thank you, Aduri. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. No, I had fun in Edmonton last summer when we went there. We picked up Una in a town right next to Edmonton, so I had fun. It was a good trip date. Like, it was a good weekend trip going up to West Ed and stuff. The worst part about Edmonton is, yeah, it is the rivalry that young people from Edmonton think they have with Calgary. Like, I unironically got a message from somebody in Edmonton, like one of my friends. It was just like, man, it's so great here. And I was like, oh, it's awesome, dude. Yeah, you moved to Edmonton to go to U of A, right? And she's like, yeah, it's so great. It's so much more cultured than Calgary is. And I was like, okay. And she was like, yeah, you wouldn't believe it up here. Everyone's like friendlier. There's no like oil business up here. It's like, there's no ranch culture. You know, there's no cowboys. Everybody here is so modern. And I'm like,
You uncultured swine.
okay.
That is pronounced, the old shop. That's not a Y, that's a thorn, which gives the TH sound.
That's what I said. I said the old shop. Or am I supposed to say ye old shop? I literally said the old shop. That's the first thing I said. Jesus, all right. I'm just getting trolled now. Edmonton, like, if I had to pick between living in Edmonton and Calgary, because I don't live in Calgary anymore. I grew up in Calgary. If I had to pick between Edmonton and Calgary, I 100% would pick Calgary. 100% over Edmonton. Edmonton does suck in many ways. But it is the asshole of Alberta if Lethbridge was part of Saskatchewan. Sorry, Lethbridge, just said it. Actually, the worst part about Edmonton was how far away they were from the mountains. Because, like, when you live in Calgary, you can see the mountains all the time. It's crazy. But when you go to Edmonton, it's just like
You heard
canola.
it here first. Evan is a Ye supporter.
Yep.
Time for cancel culture to rear its ugly head.
Yep, they're coming, man. Yeah, apparently. Jesus. I pronounced the TH the first time I said it. How do you feel about these mountains? Are they too sharp and aggressive, or are these, like, kind of cool? Oh, they kind of smooth out at the top here. I need to, like, sharpen them a bit. There we go.
That feels like Melbourne. How do you know someone lives in Melbourne? Don't worry, they will tell you.
That's the problem with Edmonton. Yeah, I mean, old people don't care. Old people are just like, yeah, I got work here, whatever. But Edmonton is like a government town, and so all the young people feel like they need to defend why Edmonton isn't like a shit stain. And it's just so funny. Because it's so easy to aggro somebody from Edmonton. It's so fucking easy. Nobody from Calgary actually gives a shit. But we all acted inflammatory about it because it's funny. That's it. At the end of the day, we're not Saskatchewan,
Time to
so.
subvert the stream with puns. Why should you never take a test on an elevator?
Wait, what? What do you mean an elevator?
You can be wrong on so many levels.
Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt. That one was a wound. Yep. That was a wound. Alright. Thank you for 100 bits. I appreciate that, Mita. I like that one. Wait, what? Mall is as big as any other mall. I love the River Valleys, though.
What
Yeah,
was
it's pretty
the
nice,
Count's
actually.
favorite class in high school?
I don't know if I want to know. Stop with the emergency alerts. Alberta, chill, dude. Chill.
Calculus.
Okay. Okay. Okay, dude. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. There you go, man. That's all right. Thanks for 100 bits. Thanks for 200 bits for that, actually. God damn, bro. Thank you. What if I did my mountains more like I do them on ink sketches? Maybe that would look better. I do appreciate the bits. Thank you guys. That's very generous of you. More than I deserve, man. There it is, the okay dude. The tall, short mountains imply
Why was
young
the
range.
robot a great stand-up comedian?
Oh, God. Okay. I don't know, man. I'm just like I'm just readying myself for these, man. I have no fortitude for puns.
It was because of his iron knees.
It's 200 bits, Mita. I appreciate that. Yeah. You played Hogwarts Legacy? I have not. It's expensive, dude. That shit's expensive. That's like $80 in Canada. That's fucking like $80 in Canada. That's like that's like a new like you know how many hockey pucks you could buy for that in Canada? $80. I haven't played a lot of new games.
Where did the one-legged waitress work?
God damn it, Waffle House. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll root it. I'm sorry.
IHOP.
God damn. Oh shit. Okay. Thank you for 200 bits, Mita. I hope that was very topical for today's conversation. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of impressed by that one. Yeah. I'm Lord for Tiny Bit. Welcome back, Thorkin. Welcome back, buddy. Play at the moment. Yeah, I haven't bought any new games in a while.
Do you know how inconvenient travel was before flu power was invented?
Before flu powder. Well, I thought that was the start of a pun. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Thank you, XR, for the follow. I appreciate it. That was the start of a fucking pun again.
Oh, off on another adventure, are you?
Another adventure? Great, for what? No, I haven't played any games, like new games or whatever, in a while. That's just expensive. I did though. I can play Diablo 4 because initially I didn't know how I was gonna play because I wanted to buy the fuck off edition. But apparently, my friend that works at Activision has it on the store for a massive discount. So, you know, employee discounts for video games. Am I right? You know. What's up, Vodash? Welcome back, buddy. What's going on, man? Gotta go bounce. I appreciate your world building, but your opinions on Edmonton is unfortunate. I need to go work on my startup with Bitcoin or Elysium or whatever. All right, Zibsy. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thanks for stopping by, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, damn, man. Divine Mita, thank you for the sub to Vodash. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Thanks, man. Put a Mountain Shadows in here.
Iron. If you know, you know. Kappa.
Wait, what? I don't think I know. Yeah, wait. I don't know.
That only costs 45 cents.
What? Yeah, what? Modify. We're gonna contract this. We're gonna try doing a selection thing here. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work.
A 50-cent
Okay,
concert
fuck that shit.
featuring Nickelback.
I don't want to dignify that with like any kind of approval. You know? Right? I just...
Why can Eminem never go broke?
Oh, shit. This... Okay, I know. Wait, why? Wait, why am I even entertaining this shit, man? Today, dad joke day. Today's is TTS is about to go up to 500 bits day.
Even if you take all his money, he still has 50 cents.
Okay. Okay, dude.
What did the grape say when it got crushed?
This is a wine joke. Is this a wine joke?
Nothing, it just let out a little whine.
Okay, yeah, there it is. All right, that was the worst part of my fucking day so far. Okay, dude. Ooh, look at that, man. Look at our selection here. Look at that shit, dude. Oh shit, man. Look, we are. Yo. Yo, we're setting this up. Yo, look at this, dude. Look at it. Look at it. Ooh.
What did the old pirate say on his birthday?
God damn it. Alright, hit me. Hit me. We're working on the main central area of the center of Teleria right now. Vodash.
I'm 80.
Thank you for the 200 bits, Vita. Thank you. This is hard. This is difficult for me. Why is our north map so dark compared? Why is our north map so dark comparatively? Ah. What the fuck? Why is it so dark? Okay, whatever. We're gonna try a couple mountain sketches here and just it's nice to finish a couple of things, you know, a little bit more.
Why couldn't the whale take the elevator?
This is a Waffle House joke. Is this finally the Waffle House joke?
Because it's a whale.
Okay, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. I'm just gonna keep drawing mountains, man. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be great. Alright. Oh shit, look at those mountains coming along, man. Alright. Okay. I think I'm emotionally recovering. But these mountains too small, I wonder. I learned something from when I was working on phase map. Smaller mountains create more of a texture and less of a pattern, though.
What's different between a pizza and an art streamer?
Pizza has content. I don't know, man. I don't know. Probably not a whole lot at this point. I can only imagine, though. Oh, the TTS meta. Alright, I'm good. Nope. I'm composed. And I'll stay composed today, no matter what. It is my responsibility. For I am the streamer. And I'm an expert at composure. Except for that one time. We don't talk about that one time. Alright, I kind of dig these, not gonna lie. I think they're pretty good. Can I get the alphabet soup? I only eat the vowels. Why'd I read that, Thorkin?
A pizza uses their dough productively.
What do you want me to do, man? Go buy a Cintiq? I'm still saving. Come on, bro. What am I supposed to do? Go buy a $4,000 Cintiq? Yo, if I wanted to, yo, come on. What am I, like a just chatting streamer? If I wanted to do that, I would start reacting to Reddit more. instead of just shit talking Edmonton for half an hour. Thank you for the bets, Subbeat. I appreciate it. That's very generous of you. Seriously. I know we're memeing, but I do seriously appreciate it. It's more than I deserve. Something dough, yeah. Remind me to message my family one of my 300 D&D dad jokes. I made Thorkin sign a contract where he didn't publish the book of dad jokes in our Discord. And in exchange, I gave him full reign over over the Art Academy. It's not actually me when I respond to feedback. It's just Thorkin. Yeah, sorry. You guys didn't know. I'm the one taking fucking art classes from him at this point. She says one of the worst puns ever. It's pretty bad. 4K Cintiq. Actually, the Cintiq isn't 4K. I think it's more than that. Wacom Store Canada. Let's see how much the Cintiq is. Mobile Studio Pro up to $1,300 off. PogChamp. PogChamp. All right, the Wacom Cintiq Pro 27. This is the tablet I need. Let's see. So we got the Wacom 1, $500. Nice. Cintiq 16. Okay. Intuos Medium. Cintiq 22. Gross. Cintiq Pro 24. This is my tablet right here. Let's see. Where's the Cintiq 27? Yeah, I don't see it, man.
Who invented zero? Thanks for nothing.
Okay, I do enjoy math jokes. Thank you, DC. Yeah, where is it, man? Pen displays? Where's our big boy? Oh, there it is. Oh, yep. Academic discount, damn it. Wacom Cintiq Pro. Okay. So the print store is coming soon. The
My money don't jiggle. It's gone.
Yeah. Oh fuck. 300 bits Smitty. Fuck. Yeah. So that's how much the tablet is. Okay. That's that's a lot, man. But you know what they say. Bigger tablet. Better artist. Better artist. Bigger follow count. Bigger follow count. Better number. Better number. Better person.
I had a crazy dream last night. I was swimming in an ocean of orange soda. Turns out it was just a fantasy.
Thank you for the 100 bits. EC, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Free shipping on orders over $50. No misprint, we're good. Look at this shit. Free shipping on orders over $50. Wait, is it still free? Is it less? Wait, how much does it cost in French? Wait, Thorkin, how much is, because I'm on English right now. How much is $4,700 in French? What if I order this on the French side of it? Can you help me navigate this? Magazines, solutions, educationals, écran a stylet, tablet a design, ordinateur a stylet, accessories. Wait, why are the accessories the same? I think we want this one. I think stylet. I wonder if it's cheaper. Oh, there it is. Wacom Pro 27. Create a pen and touch. In French. Let's see if it's it. Wait, this is in English. Damn it. It's not any cheaper in French. Fuck. God, my bad. Damn it. Everything's in Quebec is cheaper because they bitch too much to the government. So they get subsidized for all that shit. Fuck. I was hoping it'd be cheaper in French. Well, Why I have to have a mouse do the trick? Yeah. Do you want a new mouse, Sorkin? Can I buy you a new mouse, please? Can I please send you a new mouse? I feel emotionally compelled to do so. Yeah. Have a goal, everyone? Yeah, that's rough. Maybe goal by the end of the year. Alright.
Okay, last one.
Alright.
A crazy wife says to her husband that moose are falling from the sky. The
What?
husband says, it's reindeer.
How very Canadian. Thank you, DC. Wait, do you even know what a moose is? I thought you guys weren't on the moose content patch in Australia. I thought you guys were still on like the lizards and like, you know, prehistoric content patch in Australia. Everything there is like a lizard or some kind of like ancient creature that could fucking kill you by looking at you. Yeah. Port Mile, Sept, Cent, Port, Vinct, Dix, Nuff, Et, Quatre, Vinct, Quins, Cents. Ah, yes. That is perfect French for... Okay, I don't know. Probably something to do with Tim Hortons, to be honest. Yeah. That hurt your soul to hear? Really? Oh, do you prefer Parisian French? You don't like Canadian French? Are you one of those people? Oh, that's rough, dude.
4000 sept cent 90 nerf et 80 cans cent 7 Blair Art Borat 6 head.
The fuck does that even mean? Why am I getting thrown into this? They use 100 bits, I think, but also maybe damn? I'm not sure if I just got roasted or not. Maybe the bits misprint, I appreciate it. Okay. We're almost go through Mountain Shadows, I think. When we have an idea of what our first mountain range looks like, we can maybe do this for the entirety
we don't
of
have
them.
the moose here yet, but platypus an animal so weird looking when explorers took it back to the king, he called them liars and said they stapled a duck to a beaver.
They're venomous though, aren't they? They got like claws or some shit, right? DC? I think 100 bets, dude. That shit can kill you, right? That and like koala bears. What's the difference between Parisian French and Canadian French? More A? Yeah, that's all it is. In France, they don't insult people by calling them a tabernacle. In Canada, we do. Just don't tell someone to buttress off. Canadian French is weird, man. Okay. Now we're... I forgot one. Ah, fuck it. We'll do it later. I just want to see what the range looks like to see if it looks good. Because you can't really tell if the mountain shape that you're working with looks good unless you...
You think the venom is the weird part? Did you know they have milk patches like a patch of skin that produces milk?
The fuck? I did not know that. I don't know if you're fucking with me or if that's a platypus thing. I mean, I appreciate the bits, nonetheless. Thank you for 100 bits, dude. But damn. Yeah, that's... damn. Okay. I don't know why my map is so bright, though. There's something going on with, like, a layer style or whatever, or a saturation layer, that I don't know what's wrong. I mean, I kind of don't mind it. It's cool to work on, and then we'll, like, darken it up and make it look mysterious later. But it does... it's a little strange, right? The yellow is just so bright and saturated. Okay. I like that, actually. I think it looks good. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. It's more dramatic, definitely, than the previous, which isn't a bad thing. I think if we... I think we need to do the mountain ranges the same across the entire thing. So... Unless we do... Yeah. Because stylistically, the map needs to have one... You know... Yeah. Okay, cool. Man, we made some progress today, dude. Sick. All right. I think that's it. I think that's all I got in me right now. I think that's the stream for today. I do some other work, man. So what I'm doing after stream is I am giving myself timers to do work on based on during the week, and I go time based during the week to force myself to get off at a certain point in time, and I'm going project based on the weekend, so I have uncapped amount of time that I can spend work. But it was nice. Like as soon as I get off stream, I'll set a 4-hour timer for working, and then as soon as that timer goes off, I'm done for the day, and I'll have to like let my brain fizzle, and I can like do other stuff. So yeah, it's been working out. Definitely with my break, I with my time off stream, me working really hard, I sort of redesigned my workflow, and I realized that I needed different ways to stay focused on stream days than I do on non-stream days, which is the weird thing that I tried to do one sort of like method of workflow and focus for both, which seems intuitive. If you're working, you're working, right? And the other thing is that I'm not necessarily sure how to handle the way I work more productively later, because the problem is that if I like let my work go too long, then I feel like I'm like losing my entire day. But I do definitely feel like I'm more productive at night, which sucks. I haven't figured that out yet, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's been good. So I'm gonna go do that. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out my stream today. I appreciate it. You could be anywhere you want on Twitch or the internet. You could be listening to a Lex Friedman podcast. You could be listening to a TED Talk. You could be listening to works of musical mastery from composers hundreds of years dead, but you chose my stream. So I appreciate that, and I really mean it. Memes aside, I really appreciate you guys spending the day with me. So thank you for being here, Garthid. Thank you, Wagon. Thank you, Viddy. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Misprint, DC. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Thorkin. Thanks, everybody, for being here, for hanging out. Thank you, Steel. Thanks for... My stream's like 100 TED Talks. Is that a good thing? I hope it is. So thank you guys for hanging out on my stream today. I hope you enjoyed your stay, even if it's just for the day. Thank you, everyone who followed today, brand new. Thank you for the absurd amount of bits and subs and what the fuck. I appreciate it. You know, I just... That's all I can say is I appreciate it. I don't... Yeah, I don't know, man. You guys give me way too much support. I wish that I could be a streamer that deserved it. And I will endeavor to continue to try and be. So, yeah, so I'll be live tomorrow. We'll be working on probably a character. I've got a couple of small sketch projects I want to work on for some people. Probably doing some of that tomorrow. At least one or two of them on stream. So I do doing some characters, actually, which would be kind of fun. And then Fridays are return to sketch requests for the next little while, which I am going to be changing Fridays up pretty soon. Before May, Fridays are going to change in kind of a cool way. Hopefully it makes it a little more fun for everybody. And news on the additional stream day is I said I'd have something to talk about when I came back from my break, and I am not ready quite yet to go to 5 days. I need to figure some stuff out first. But 5 days are coming soon. It'll probably be either a Monday or a Saturday. I don't know. But either way, I hope you enjoyed your stay again, and thank you everyone for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. Until next time, farewell.